Hello, I have arrived here. If we haven't met before, my name's Kaiko. Thanks for joining me. Welcome back, everybody. How are you? How is your Tuesday? It's Tuesday, isn't it? Dr. Sparkle Pants, congratulations on first. Hellion, Shrimpy, Zoro, Wolfie, Crusader. Wolfie, thank you for the 30 months. Holy smokes, thank you. Beef, thank you so much for the raid. Jesus, H on a cross. Anyway, as I was saying, Beef, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders, if you haven't been here before. I'm everyone's favorite, only a little broken, Misfit Demon from the Underworld. Murasaki Kaiko desu. Yoroshiku onegaishimasu. Yeah, I had a little bit of a hiccup with my PC just froze for a second. Everything just stopped for a second. A 45 stream streak. Thank you, Shrimpy. I appreciate it. Who else we got?
Kaiko, good evening to you. It's good to see you. Ooh, woo.
Ooh, woo. He got a little out of breath on that one. Faye and Seer. Coronac. How is everybody? Ooh, woo. He was running. He was running somewhere. Where's my BGM? Why no BGM? There we go. Bum, 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 bum. You're doing good? I'm glad to hear it. Hi Lake, how are you? You like the stream title? Yeah, I don't know what to play. On YouTube I have it listed as Doom, but I don't know what to do. I'm gonna be honest, I'm so tired. But I could do it just sleeping stream. That I'm only sleeping. Donate everything now. That's what people do, right?
Hi, honey.
Bum, 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 bum. I forgot how good this BGM is. I like it. I don't know if it fits the vibe of the background, but hey. Hi, Alec. How are you? Let's see. Afner. Bum, 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 bum. A 10 stream streak from Zoro. Thank you. It's still in my head. It's still in my head. Oh my god. Beef after an hour, a half hour. A half an hour of self-inflicted theme song torture. Oh no. Okay, I think I'm caught up. Cyberpunk? I mean, I could play that. It's been a while. Let me see if it's updated. I have to relearn the controls. Oh yeah, it's updated. Oh, I could do Vampire Survivors too. Well, I mean, first of all, we're just gonna chat for a while though, because let's be real, that's what we do in the beginning. And in the beginning of times anyway. So much has changed, that's what I've heard. They updated quite a bit. Is it worth just maybe starting over? It's a really long game though. And I'd hate to go through and earn my significant others again. I don't want to start over. All new skill tree? Oh. Do you have to start a new profile to get the skill tree? You started over and you're having a bunch of fun? Stayed up till 4 AM last night with ADHD. Crackhead energy, writing and voicing a bunch of 1-minute radio spots for a Cyberpunk campaign. And your table is gonna start next week? That sounds like a lot of fun. I just tickled your fancy? No, I get it. Let's see, I stayed awake. I went to sleep at like 6. And then I woke up around 9 and I decided to go for a walk. It was freezing out. Literally, temperatures were freezing, but I was fine. I bundled up. I came back and I thought, I'll probably be exhausted enough to sleep. I, in fact, was not. So then I fell asleep around, I want to say like 1, and slept for an hour. And I was like, I'm hungry, I'm gonna have lunch. And I had a frozen burrito. And then I wanted to go back to sleep because my body was still very exhausted. And I fell asleep around 6, and I woke up at 7:30. And then I him-hawed around trying to decide what I wanted to have for dinner. Took a shower and I was tired again. So I took a 40-minute nap. Should warm them up before you eat them. It's easier on your teeth that way. Is that what I've been doing wrong? Oh, heck. Well, why do they make them like that if you're just supposed to put them, like, I don't know, in the stove or something? You just throw it in a pan? You boil it? A 3-stream streak, let's go, thank you. I wouldn't say I got good rest, but I got some sleep. It was just all broken up. You go for some burritos? Yeah, the bad thing is that for one burrito, one singular burrito for me is like $4.50. Oh my god, and it's not even like a Taco Bell sized burrito, right? It's just a standard, if you buy a pack of 12 frozen burritos in a box you can get for like $6. Yeah. Yeah, one of those sizes, but it's $4.50. Your second time sleeping was good? I was hoping that my second time sleeping would be good, but I think that the first 3 hours that I got to sleep was the best. I don't know why my body does this to me. Kaiko, we're super tired. You should sleep. Alright, I'm gonna lay down. I'm awake. I would like to think about all the things and the fact that you can do nothing about those things. Okay. What is the point of that, brain? Risk assessment. I'm telling you, you're in way over your head. Thank you. Can we sleep though, so we don't feel so anxious and get our blood pressure all super high and feel like we're having a panic attack every day? No. I'm gonna wait until you crash out and sleep for 16 hours. Okay, thank you. Used to get the burritos in a deli at Walmart that was spicy red hot, but you got bored of those too. I freaking love burritos. I'm just sad that gluten-free burritos are so expensive. Hi Shoeless, how are you? What if I played Balatro? I think I have that installed on Game Pass. We could always do that too. I just like roguelikes. Roguelites? Is it light or likes? Forgot to eat today, but that's okay. Grab something to eat. Love my channel music? I know. This one's a bop. You're like, why the hell is a burrito $4.50? Is gluten free? Yeah, the prices have gone up too on that stuff. I think because so most gluten free stuff is made with rice, rice flour, which I think is definitely imported. Roguelike for things like House of Necrosis, NetHack, top-down dungeon crawling games. Roguelite for the rest. Okay, so I like roguelite mostly.
Drink water, you dehydrated bitch! You guys drinking water?
Like to fight in your diet because you're a little chunk. Fish and rice with some Chinese chili. Ooh, what kind of fish though? I like seafood. I like fish. I learned about salmon today in the States and it made me sad, and now I don't want to eat it. Did you know that salmon, if you buy it in the States... Kaiko? Ooey? Salmon in the States is bad. If it comes from a salmon farm. Hi Ooey, how are you? Tilapia. I like tilapia, that's good. Won't stop you from getting your favorite popcorn though. It's so good, even if it's a gluten-free popcorn. I mean, most popcorn is gluten-free unless they add like a certain seasoning on it that's not very good. Just barely have an appetite anymore, so you assume your weight is gonna plummet. Well, bodies do this weird thing when you don't eat. You might lose a little bit of weight, but then it goes into this like starvation mode where it gets concerned that you're not eating, so it actually holds on to everything. So that's why on dieting you have to like really just eat healthier and limit your caloric intake, but not to the point where you're not eating, because then your body will go in like the panic mode. Parties are weird. $100 for 15 pounds of fillets? Ooh, is that a good price? You're very tired? Same. I'm also quite tired. Yeah, eat multiple small meals throughout the day. That's typically what I do. I mean, I guess not so much anymore. I go in these habits. Like, so when I'm limited on funds, I tend to eat just once a day. Like one meal, and then it's just like a little snackies here and there. So that's typically what I do. I guess you go back to Monster Hunter. No, MHA, Monster Hunter. What's the A for, Ampy? Or is MH not Monster Hunter? Oh, My Hero Academia. I see. Eat 1 to 2 times a day on average. I think we stick to something like that, but I mean, if you're trying to lose weight, the best way to go about it is to graze throughout the day, so that you never get that like, oh, I'm hungry. You might get cravings, but you never get the hungry. To grab my lotion, my hands are a little dry today because of the shower. About the salmon thing, it's sad that it comes from a salmon farm. You're just confused. So I've learned more about the FDA, like what we allow in the States and what's not allowed in Europe, and it makes me even more sad and grossed out. So salmon farms, they don't feed salmon, obviously, shrimp or whatever else they would eat in the ocean. They feed them pellets, which is fine in a sense, though it's not a very good life for the fish. But when they fillet the salmon from a fish farm, the pellets don't give the salmon their natural pink hue. They're gray. And since Americans are like, ew, that's not what I'm used to, they paint them. And it's totally fine. You're just allowed to do that. It's not good for you. There's a lot of things like that we do that we're like, it's fine. But it's not good for you. Like the meat paste that we use to paste together chunks of meat and call it a steak. Not good for you. Kind of a lie. We have a lot of practices that are banned in other places. Many other places. For instance, I feel like if something is banned in Russia, if it's banned in Russia because it concerns health to the people, but we allow it, that's probably wrong. Yeah, the meat glue. You leave the meat paste alone. The benefits of eating salmon are so overwhelmingly positive, even if farmed. Yeah, no. Like, if it was just don't paint it. Like, adding the artificial coloring to it it's not like food coloring, right? It's not like your typical, it's not even like the red dye 40. I'd have to look it up. It's just not good for you. But they just left it alone. Like, yeah, maybe it doesn't look as appetizing being gray, but it's fine. Yeah, it does have some pretty high counts of nasty stuff. I mean, fish in the States, I think, still has... The States and in Canada still has low levels of mercury and some kind of plastic that was something that was banned in the 70s. I'm trying to think. It's like PD something something something. Oh, I don't remember. I learned about it in school. I'm psychic. You're also playing Wilds? Oh, wow. I would say that we should not be doing things based on the average American. Yeah. There's obviously a lot of stuff that, like, that we're used to that the rest of the world is like, whoa. No. That is not good for your people. You're just okay with that? Like, yeah, they don't even know. They don't even care. It looks fine. But it's still better than... it's still better for you than like a lot of other options. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's not the worst thing. It's not like, you know, we're putting arsenic in our food. Oh, wait. We do that. Also, there's no other protein that's as low calorie as fish. Yeah, fish is very good for you. Obviously, imported fresh sea salmon is gonna be the best, or like freshly caught as it enters the rivers to spawn. Is that what you call it when they lay their eggs and then just belly up? Bing 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 bam 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 bam. Bing 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 bing. Bing 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 bam 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 bam. Hi Moo. Thank you for the 38 months. Thank you, thank you. You tried tilapia before, you think? You think it can make it taste better than... You think you can make it taste better than you used to, though? You know what? Papaco's go-to for any fish is like lemon pepper, and let me tell you, it is delicious. I remember the first time I had it, we went camping.
Fish chips.
And
chips fish.
I was the only one that caught a fish.
Chips?
He freaking ate it, but I was the only one that caught a fish that particular afternoon. And he brought it back and filleted it, and then threw it on the fire in some aluminum foil with some onions and lemon pepper seasoning. Oh, I got one bite of it. It was so good. He ate the rest of the thing. I was like, you little rat, that was mine. You like lemon pepper? I also squeeze lemon on fish. There's also a tuna fish, the like not the pre-packaged, but it comes in a package instead of in a can, like the Sun Kiss. No wait, is that an orange juice? There's I don't know brands. I don't know. Anyway, there's a tuna brand that also has like salmon and stuff too, but they have a lemon pepper one, and that one's pretty dang good. You just need something strongly flavored with it. So like you have your Chinese chili crunch. Curry works really well. And lemon butter. What did I have with tilapia? I don't remember. Tilapia needs a strong hand, so to speak. I don't even remember what I ate with it. It's like the one time I had lobster tail. I don't remember what it tastes like. Star Kiss. Yeah, yeah. That's the one. I ate a frozen burrito with it. It's possible. No, I'm not... I'm not that bad with food. No, I probably had rice or potatoes or something. I think the tilapia was, maybe the tilapia was deep fried. Hey Hydro, how are ya? Yepper? Yep. So I'm just chatting screen right now because I still haven't decided what to play. You gonna use foil? You learned the study of aluminum and Alzheimer's. Study kinda early. Granted, the study was using some crazy high doses. Even for rats. I don't know. Everything. There's so many things that I keep hearing that are linked to Alzheimer's. Which I forgot the name of one day and called it the sometimes old man disease. Think about that sometimes. Hi 808, how are you? Fried catfish is your favorite? Have I ever had catfish? I don't think I have. Because we never went fishing for it, because I remember Papaco saying that it tasted like just icky because it's a bottom feeder. Old timer's disease, yeah. Also, you don't like the metallic taste of the foil food gives? Yeah, but when you're camping, it's one of the best ways, the easiest ways to do it. Not best, but easiest ways to do it. Fried catfish is great. I'll have to try it someday. Are we pretty much done with Guild Wars? No. No, and we'll definitely play it later this week. Moo was gonna play it yesterday, but I told her to do a solo stream because it's been a while. It is a bottom feeder, but it does not taste icky. It tastes yum. See, that's the thing. So, we ate a lot of, like, largemouth and smallmouth bass growing up too, which are bottom feeders. But they're fun to catch, and I think that's the trade-off. Like, bass are so much fun to catch when you're fishing that it's like, yeah, sure, it tastes gross by itself, but if you drown it in, like, barbecue sauce, it tastes perfectly fine. You aluminum taste, you just shivered. You ever think about what it would feel like to chew on aluminum foil? And
hydration is important.
It makes the back of your teeth hurt, because that happens to me. Holy smokes, is Allotted. Hi Allotted, how are you? One, please. Gotta take care of your Tamagotchi streamer. Thank you, I appreciate it. Get goosebumps and shiver. You get that when you need a steak? The back of your teeth start hurting? There are times where I'll just have a sudden craving for, I guess protein is really what it is, but it always relates to, I need red meat. I need something to rip my teeth through. Hi Keaton, how are you? I'm surprised that adding 5% of anything to your food has bad effects on someone. Earlier this year, I heard that nose picking can lead to Alzheimer's, so... I feel like that's one of those things that maybe it's like... the correlation, or is not the causation. Causation, yeah. Correlation is not causation. Rip through some troll meat? I heard troll is not very good. I bet it tastes like freezer burnt. Anyone in your household is getting sick? Oh no. I hope you're not sick. Ward it off. Speaking of food, you're gonna thaw some ground meats for Philly cheesesteak. Velveeta box dinner? Ooh. Might be good. Velveeta is not Discord. Do you want me to look at Discord? Is that what that means? Yes. Understandable. Understandable. Do your fresh, bloody red meat cravings happen often, or only after the average convo with Moo? Whoa, you know? You might be onto something there, Cornac. Feeling slightly under the weather, but you think you'll be okay? Make sure you drink some like emergency. Get some vitamin C in you. You should go remember that because you don't remember that. That's what the troll wants you to think? Oh. Imagine we taste like what Gumby would taste like. Isn't Gumby just like Play-Doh?
Drink water, you dehydrated bitch! You guys drinking water?
Guys drinking water. Eat plastic. Fake Velveeta cheese equals you do not need to be worried about farm salmon. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Velveeta. Like I wanted, the first time I had it, I was so like thrown because everybody like around me was always like, "Oh, Velveeta is so good. It's like the best cheese. It's the best mac and cheese. You know, it's so creamy." But we never had it, right? Because it was expensive, and we always got like the off-brand with $1 a box kind of macaroni and cheese. And then I had it, and I was like, ugh. Brother, ugh. What's that, brother? I've tried it so many different ways too to try to like it. I just don't. But Philly cheesesteak sounds good. Only use Velveeta to make queso. See, even then, I tried that and I was like, I just don't like it. The box dinners are good in your opinion? They aren't fancy or fantastic, but they're tasty, quick, and cheap. Cheap is good. Plus they go on sale often. Sale and cheap is very good. Chugging some water. Hey Herbs, how are ya? You're gonna be lurking mainly? I appreciate the lurk. Thank you, thank you. Your emotions have been conveyed. I understand them. Sometimes your mom would get shredded Velveeta. You cook tacos and you would get so annoyed. Ugh. Don't put... Ugh. No. Velveeta doesn't go on tacos. I will stand by that. Also, I'm not a big fan of American cheese. Like, I just... Like, the craft singles... Ugh. It has such a, like, plasticky look to it. I just don't like them. Now, I'm not all high and mighty. Wait, the kind of I eat, is it American? I mostly eat cheddar. But there is a kind of craft, like the deli craft, that's American cheese. That one is okay. It tastes like, it doesn't have the plasticky look to it. It's a little bit better, but I pretty much just eat cheddar if I'm going to get cheese.
Drink water, you dehydrated bitch!
Hi Fru, how are you? Yeah, the craft singles and the Korean military stew. It'll be way better. What's a Korean military stew? Could really go for a taco right now. I know. Craft spiral macaroni is your favorite? We grew up on spiral. It wasn't craft, it was an off-brand, but spiral was like our go-to. Like, it just had a better consistency than the elbow macaroni. Feeling like American cheese, we'll have to go schedule a fight in Madison Square Garden. Listen, I didn't say I didn't like all American cheese. Just like the craft singles, the ones that are like individually wrapped. You unwrap it and it still looks like it has plastic on it. I don't like that. Bow tie is the correct answer. I've never had a bow tie mac and cheese. But I imagine it would be like the same as a spiral in that the surface coating is good. Since Americans left a lot of food behind. Oh, it just tosses a lot of stuff together. I was watching street foods being made in Korea, and I was initially surprised on how much American cheese that they put on certain things, and I was like, whoa. That's the cheese that you guys went with? It makes sense that we just left a lot of stuff behind, and I don't know, Koreans got used to it, I suppose. Pepper jack mac and cheese with bow ties and sausage? That does sound good. I could get behind that. Someone said to add the American cheese to soup since it turns into like an oil when it melts instead of melting like actual cheese. And you have never looked at it? The same again. Huh. Yeah, I guess it wouldn't be like, it wouldn't do like the stringiness like the cheddar has, would it? No, you can't have my horn. None of them. You can't have either one of them. They're mine. I'm not gonna try to pronounce that. It's a spicy Korean stew from South Korea that's made with a variety of ingredients, often canned or processed. Common ingredients include ham, sausage, spam, baked beans, kimchi, instant noodles, that word, and American cheese. The dish is now a popular...
Please, 5 penises.
As a comfort food. Cooked in a large pot for multiple people. There was the thing that I was watching, I was so frustrated because there was no like subtitles or like, this is what you're looking at. So there'd be these dishes that are being made. I'm like, is that a noodle? Is that a vegetable? What the hell am I looking at right now? Oh, moo. Yum. Is that way in Japan too? Mainly due to their strict cheese importation laws? Do they use American or stringy or gumminess? Like I said, it's not all American is bad. It's just like the kind that is promoted the most, like the craft singles. I just don't like them. The craft deli is fine. Because that's like a block of American that's sliced, so it doesn't have that plastic look to it, but I prefer just to get cheddar. Do they use American or mozzarella? Mozzarella is good though. I get the mozzarella. You can hear her saying shut up right now, just because that one played. Yeah, she probably rolled her eyes. It's neither, it's a worm. I couldn't even like look it up to show because I don't know what it is. I was just like, oh, interesting. There was like a breakfast thing that they made. And that was really cool. It was like a really big egg base, like flat egg base, and they put like a piece of bread in one corner and some cheese in another corner, and then put like some spam on top of it, and then an egg, and then folded it in some weird way. That was cool. You're back, you're listening to something important. That's okay. A 230 stream streak. Thank you, Fru. I appreciate it. What else happened? I was watching some crew Trime stuff. Oh, I messed that whole thing up. Crew Trime. things. There is this case. Maybe I'll talk about it later. I don't want to go into too much detail about it today, but it was an incident happened with a 2-year-old boy, right? And the mom and her oldest child, who was 12, were brought in, and they were doing like backstory on, like, kind of like giving some context. And the mom had this 12-year-old when the mom was 11. Like, she became pregnant at 11. 11 years old. For context, most women aren't even like capable of bearing children between the ages of 11 and 13. That's when they have their first period. Jesus, theoretically, I'm sure she didn't finish school, but theoretically, by the time her child started going to kindergarten, they could have ridden the bus together because she still would have been in high school. Holy smokes, you know? When your mom worked in the hospital, she would tell you there were young girls having babies sometimes. Yeah, I mean, I know it does happen. I just, 11-year-old, like, she probably, like, the first year that she had her freaking period and got pregnant. Also, at 11 years old, I was not into anything. Like, I just wanted to go play outside and make up songs about butterflies and collect plushies, you know? I was not about going out and doing anything like that. I mean, different environments, right? Her mom was like a super drug addict, alcoholic, so raised in one of those kind of environments, but holy smokes, you know? The South is crazy, you know? I think it was Georgia. I think it took place in Georgia. It was either Georgia or Florida. Imagine most of them aren't intentional. It didn't get into it if it was like some piece of shit should have been behind bars because of that, or if it was another adolescent. They didn't say in the thing I was watching. So I don't want to jump to conclusions and say whoever the asshole was that impregnated her probably should have been shot in the face. Because it could have been another adolescent. I have no idea. Hi Neon, how are you? Would you walk in on just crazy story that I heard on a true crime thing today? You just heard impregnated should have been shot in the face? Well, maybe, you know, if it was an adult. You know, it's not worth. Playing house goes wrong.
I've killed enough babies today.
Did I ever play house? I mean, not like that. I didn't know that playing house and playing doctor was like a sexual thing, or supposed to be. Out of context, I don't think I ever did that stuff. I was never interested in like getting groceries and pretending like I'm doing surgery. We always pretended like we were like sports stars. So we would have like the World Series in the backyard, and our Super Bowl. You know how many Super Bowls I've won in my life? It's crazy. Hi Dora, how are you? Remember having a classmate in grade school that was wearing makeup every day? I did not wear makeup until I was 19. The timing on that, I was talking, I wasn't even listening. You never played doctor? Yeah, I don't think I did any of that make-believe. I know I was a spy a few times. A knight. I never played the princess. I wanted to be the knight fighting the dragons and stuff. I didn't want to be a fucking damsel. Mostly it was sports stuff though. Yeah. You still don't wear makeup? It's better if you don't. Like, unless you have a good skincare routine. It's not good to put all that gunk on your face. It was such a bad soundbite for that moment. I had to clip it because I wasn't listening. The girl across the street was cray cray. Take it up a level, don't give him the benefit of death. Shoot him in the balls. There are a number of things that I have heard that it's like... I understand why we have to do like a uniform thing and put people behind bars and make them sit and think about what they've done. But on the flip side, I feel like there are a lot of people that should be strung up by their genitalia until it rips clean off and they let them bleed out slowly. But that's my opinion. And it's probably not right. But in some cases, I just think it's acceptable. I said playing house goes wrong. And your sound clip immediately after. I've killed enough children today. I see. You like that idea, but well, I mean, I think probably everybody here ain't gotta worry about that, you know. Nobody's out here doing those things, those heinous crimes that I think that should be acceptable to do. Just got back from hanging out with your role-playing group. Your friend and her boyfriend just got back from Korea and we're telling stories, sharing snacks, giving out souvenirs, and we made crumb traps. I love crunch traps. They don't make any like good full-size corn tortillas to do crunch wraps. You understand there's some people who want to kick into a pool of razor blades and lemon juice to punish them? Yep. But we just build a giant wood chipper. And if you commit certain crimes, into the wood chipper. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. I think it's fair. I think it's fair. If there's DNA fucking evidence that you did something incredibly bad, you're gonna be a repeat offender. This is not like a one-time thing like, oh, whoops, I didn't want to kill that kid, but man, I don't know what came over me. That's sad. Yeah, it's sad. Bye. Right into the fucking wood chipper with you. The number of times is like, I've seen too many things with like kids breaking these like heinous crimes, just doing heinous crimes at a young age. And people are like, you know, well, they stay in there till they're 21 and then you let them out and, you know, it's fine. Or doing heinous crimes and then being like, they took a plea deal because there's such a thing as pleading no contest, which is absolute bullshit law. Which is just saying, I'm not going to admit guilt, but I am aware that there is enough evidence that you may find me guilty. And for some reason, every time it seems people plead no contest, they get a way lesser sentence than if they were just found fucking guilty. Why is that? Why are we accepting this as a thing to do? He's a gluten-free tortilla that's decent size for anybody who can't have gluten. So made him a few medium-sized crunch wraps. We'll have to try to find some. All the ones that I see are just like the small round corn tortillas. There are some things that just need to change. Spend less time in court and resources. Yeah, but pleading no contest. Like, he can just plead guilty and plead not guilty. Or if it's a no contest thing and you don't want to go to court, than give him the fucking punishment that if he was found guilty. Stop with these stupid plea deals that get people off on these incredibly short or no punishment, basically. Where they go out and they become repeat offenders, and then somebody loses their life for it, and then they get to go to prison. It's basically like, oh, one more time of doing that, and we're not gonna stand for it. Probably, unless, you know, we don't catch you right away, because who knows? People who plead guilty have often reduced sentences compared to people who are found guilty. Yes. It's because they don't want to... There's like the death penalty was used quite a bit to get somebody to plead guilty. Like, oh, you know, if you take this, if you plead not guilty and take this to court, you can get the death penalty. But if you take a plea deal, we'll just give you life. But now they don't have that hanging over people's heads. So they have to give them a different thing. Like, oh, we won't give you life, but, you know, we'll give you... I don't know, 20 years in parole or something. And then it's always reduced sentence. Everything is always reduced sentence. So they may spend like 5 fucking years in prison. Or in some cases, no years. Because, well, I don't know, you were pretty good inmate. It all comes down to people don't want to believe that there are some people who just can't be integrated into society. Basically, people don't want to believe that people can be evil. Well, yeah, because a lot of times, like, you look at it and you see, I don't know, your Uncle Jim Bob, turns out that he killed a few girls 20 years ago. You don't want to think, well, he never killed me. Why does he's fine. He doesn't need to be in prison for what he did. Alright. Okay. Or the number of cases that we have, it's like if these people had resources, some of them maybe they needed resources to be like, this is how you control these urges. Maybe. But the problem is that you can't force somebody to go to therapy unless it's court ordered, right? And nobody's gonna fucking court order that shit. And then even then it's not typically enforced anyway. You can say, yeah, I went. But they're not gonna follow up with your therapist. They can't comprehend that the only thing that Uncle Jim Bob, the only thing that held Uncle Jim Bob back was the fact that he killed those other girls. Yeah, that's usually what it boils down to, isn't it? It's like, yeah, if you were the only one available, then Uncle Jim Bob would have killed you too. God damn it, Uncle Jim Bob again! I thought we had this solved when you were 15! That's what specifically what I'm thinking about. There is a case in... Gosh, was it Florida or was it Georgia again? I've heard a lot of southern cases recently, but there is a case where this guy was an offender. He was a sexual offender at 15 years of age. He went to juvenile detention until he was 21, where he was released. And surprise, surprise, he became a repeat offender, but escalated it. So he wasn't just a sexual abuser, he became a murderer. And yeah, I don't want to get too much into the case, but he killed a bunch of people anyway, and then they're like, what? You were fine though, that's why we let you out. Oh, why are people surprised about this? Like a thief, somebody that maybe got breaking and entering, or Grand Theft Auto, or maybe assault and battery. These people can be reformed. Because usually those criminals are based in they're situational based. They become thieves because blank. There is a reason for them to do that. When they're at the end of their line and they think this is the only thing that they can do to get by, they can be reintegrated into society if given the resources. Usually they're not. And then they become repeat offenders because they're not given the resources that they needed in the first place. But heinous acts like that, I don't think that they become members of society anymore. There's something wrong with their brain, and you can't fix it. Time to take Jim Bob out behind the chemical shed and solve the problem permanently. Yep. Like, I am not an advocate for the death penalty. I'm definitely not, because there are too many people that have been put on death row that were completely innocent, and the prosecutor just had, you know, had it out for them. They just wanted to get the case off the table and send somebody to prison. So I don't believe that we should have the death penalty because of that. So, and that's a shame, because I think that there are some people who just should be put down. Like they obviously cannot perform in society and don't belong here amongst people, and we can't just ship them off to an island because then they make a society. And the British already tried that. If they did just face a death penalty, they would save money. They would save more lives in the future. There was a girl from Russia or Ukraine, and there was a man who was a repeat offender of murdering women on the same train as her, who killed her. It got made worse that no one on the train helped her. That happens way more than you would think. Like, people will see something happen and then they just kind of like, I'm gonna keep to myself. I'm not gonna get involved. Like recently in, was it New York? I think it was New York. There was a girl on the subway who was just stabbed in the neck. But no reason. Like, the guy behind her just stood up and stabbed the girl in the neck, and she ended up dying on the train, but nobody did anything. It's just like, whoa. Oh wait, is she bleeding? One statistic that gets missed a lot is that most serious crimes are committed by repeat offenders. Yeah. It can help some people, yes. I think there are certain crimes that you can be reformed
If you
at.
didn't kill him, then who did, sir?
Who can say? Best thing for him, really. His therapy was going nowhere.
You guys see that if prisons actually worked? I think they might be... I think they might have... Well, if they weren't privatized anymore? Isn't saying that people make money off prison systems? Yep. I mean, I get it. You gotta make money to, I don't know, to have a business, but prisons really shouldn't be businesses, should they? It's not a business. Things would be very different if our prisons focused on rehabilitation instead of making their lives awful in prison. Mm-hmm. Yeah. There's no, it's like there's also no one universal thing that's going to work for everybody, right? And that's just how people are. Like, you need to look at everybody individually and say, okay, this is what we need for this person. This is what, you know, evaluation for each case by case, right? And there's not that level of caring. It's like, oh, you're just a criminal. But there's different levels of criminal. Like I would be fine going into a prison cell with somebody who, I don't know, was charged with breaking and entering or was trafficking drugs. I would be fine with sitting in a prison cell with them, but I certainly don't want to be in there with a murderer. Hi Tomoya, how are you? Sam, thank you for the 25 months. Let's go. Thank you. How are you? I have to scroll back up. She was Ukrainian? Yeah, but was it in Ukraine? I think it was in New York. The one that was stabbed in the neck. You're okay with the death penalty, but only in truly heinous cases where guilt is 100% certain. That's the caveat though, isn't it? Because the jurors are supposed to find someone guilty if it's beyond a reasonable doubt. And sometimes jurors are actually bullied into going with the majority, I guess not the majority, but like whoever's the loudest in the room, or they could be threatened to take off the team and get booted off the team if they're not giving the conviction that they want. So it's like, that's what makes it so difficult. Like, yeah, in some cases it's like, yeah, it's pretty clear that he did this. There's a ton of DNA evidence. And in other cases, there's not that DNA evidence. So they're going based on eyewitness reports or things like that. And if the prosecutor's just frankly a better lawyer than the defender, especially if the defense doesn't even believe their client? Words are hard. Hi Robert, how are you? Thank you for the love, I appreciate it. Hi Time Warp, how are you? You might also do nothing. People freeze up in situations like that. It's true. I'm not blaming the bystanders. I'm just saying it does happen. Like, people don't like to be involved in other people's business. I mean, there's a case stating like all the way back in like the 60s, I want to say it is. This woman was walking home and she was attacked by a guy with like a fucking screwdriver or something like that, and he stabs her and she screams out for help and yells that she's being murdered, basically. And some people peek their head out the window and see it and then like slide back inside and close the window. Nobody called the fucking police. So she stumbles around and she goes to try to get in her door. The guy has fled by this point because she screamed out, right? He comes back and finishes the job, and still nobody called the police until later in the evening. We're like, I think a girl was attacked. Okay. You didn't even have to be involved that time. You just had to call the police. Hi, Levy. How are you? Yeah, I was in New York, but she was a Ukrainian refugee. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, her nationality didn't have a thing that... I don't think it had anything to do with it, because she was just sitting on the train. She wasn't doing anything. The guy behind her just... I guess saw red. But that, you know, that's another thing that I was thinking about today, because I've been listening to the last podcast on Left doing Heinrich Himmler, right? And I'm part 6? I think I just started part 6. But they were talking about the Eisengruppen. I don't remember how to say it, but basically the people who ran the camps and who went out and did all the murdering. And how sometimes, like, after... Now, mind you, the average age of these soldiers, Einsatzgruppen, thank you, those guys, the average age was like 23, which I think is just like mind-boggling to think about. At 23, I can't even imagine being pushed to do something so grotesque, or to be filled with so much hate. But typically what would happen with these guys is that they would hold in all these emotions that they're gathering from doing all of this crap. Because I don't want to go into too much details, because we know what happened during the Holocaust. We already know that. If you went to school, you know what happened. Well, because of the psychological trauma that it had on some of them, and I'm not sympathizing with them, I'm not doing that. I'm just using it as an example for like modern times, because I think it really shows psychologically the impact that trauma has on people, and that if it's not dealt with, like PTSD, if it's not dealt with and taken care of, things like this happens where they end up having a nervous breakdown, basically. Well, they'll just bust into tears for no reason, like spontaneously start crying, or spontaneously start firing into the crowd of their fellow soldiers until they're just like sent home, where they either take their own lives or drink themselves into a coffin. Like, so it's like, it's just like accelerated trauma. And I think it's just a good example of like, yeah, PTSD is a real thing. Trauma is a real thing that needs to be dealt with, and we should not, in any sense of the word, just be like, well, just suck it up, soldier, because you got a job to do. They were propagandized into thinking they were doing the correct thing. Yes, there was a lot of this is the right thing to do, because there was a lot of hate from from the Nazi parties that was directed towards the Jewish people for the Treaty of Versailles. Like, they blamed the shit deal that Germany got on the Jewish people. Now, I don't know why that makes sense to anybody in that time, but that's what made sense to them. And so they went on this rampage. I mean, we know the story of World War II. I don't need to get into it too much, but I just think it's just like the amount of data that we have on like the psychological trauma that war and things like that have when you see these horrific things, and that we still don't do anything for our own soldiers, and then are surprised when they do bad things. Or even like regular asshole people who end up going on shooting sprees because they've bottled up all of their emotions and their trauma, and it's not dealt with, and so they have a breakdown and they go out and shoot up a fucking nightclub or a school or a theater or out in the street. It's not hard to convince people that they did it. It's still around. Less so, but still around. Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're getting a glimpse of it right now, right? We've got our own, we're on the cusp of setting up our own concentration camps again. You know, like we're not doing a mass extinction, but we're completely racial profiling anybody who looks Hispanic. Even the Native Americans. Anybody who's brown, basically, just pile them up into a truck and shove them into a detention center where we're having single cells filled with fucking 10 people because there's no room, and you know, at least 10% of them are fucking US citizens as it is. The things we talk about on Kaiko streams. I do, sometimes I just get into like some heavy stuff that I was just thinking about today. I'm like, oh my god, this was in the 1940s. There was plenty of data to say, hey, we should probably encourage our soldiers and workers and people in general to be like, maybe we should worry about everybody's mental health, and still we haven't done anything. Himmler is a piece of shit. Like, I don't think there's strong enough words for that man. He is the worst of the worst. Like 100%. PTSD in themselves through executions. Mental health is the SS, and the SS was never great because man, Himmler running in it. Oh yeah, Himmler, fucking asshole. He never got his hands directly dirty, right? He never was out there on the field doing these things, and so it was just like, well, just do it. If you don't do it, and he'd have these like set of rules that even like some of the soldiers would get sent to prison or be punished. You could be punished if you broke rules. You could be punished if you didn't break enough rules. It's like, just this fucking guy. And people were afraid of him, even though he was a doofy as fuck. Sorry, he's not a handsome guy. He was not even intimidating, but because he had the fucking Hitler's ear, people were just afraid of him. The status of mental health care was also not very advanced. When World War II happened, homosexuality was still considered a mental disorder. So that's a unique thing. It turns out most Germans were completely fine with homosexuality. It wasn't until the Nazi regime took over that they were like, gay guys? No. Absolutely not. That is punishable by death. Because you should be procreating and spreading that Aryan genes around. Lesbians? Fine. As long as you're eventually having babies, it's fine. They knew some things about like PTSD, but not much. I just feel like it's obvious. Like, I'm not even a doctor, but to look at that, I would just be like, something's wrong here. I've noticed that soldiers that all do all these like heinous things that we're having them do, they tend to have a mental break at some point where they just stop being themselves, and they're crying a lot, or they're shooting up their fellow soldiers, or doing these other things that they're not supposed to do, which is atypical of their characters. But instead of looking at that, they just like, what the fuck is this guy? Get him out of here. They'd have to take a day off of work, and we can't have that. No, we can't have that. Your personal most hated guy from World War II? Tojo? That man was an absolute monster. I don't know anything about him yet. They are doing... Last podcast on the left is doing the quote-unquote Mount Rushmore of World War II. Like, the bad... So we've got, like, Mount Rushmore as, like, the good people, right? Quote-unquote good people. And they're doing the quote-unquote bad people. So I'm sure we'll get to him. Hitler is not included because everybody already knows about that guy. Then your best to avoid Twitter. The amount of hate in there is unreal. It upsets me so much. It's like...
I had an old wise guy uncle who was involved in gay clubs. Made a lot of money because he was one of the first guys to realize there were lots of gays, but they didn't have anywhere to go to party that was really made for them. So anyway, he told me, if you think gay stuff is crazy, wait till you find out some of the stuff straight people do with each other. Always stuck with me.
Yeah. Yep. So often, like, a lot of the really... What is it? It's not homophobic, but when you're against the LGBT community, there's a specific word. It's not prejudice, is it? Bigotry. Well, bigotry is just insane. So a lot of like the old-timey reason was that gay men was associated with sexual pedophiles, right? But the number of cases where it's usually a fucking pastor in a religious church with a straight white man. I'm just saying is all. I'm just saying. Well, quote unquote straight. Yeah, quote unquote straight. I wouldn't call them homosexual. There's just something else entirely. Because they're not gonna go out there and have sex with another adult male. They don't want that. Oh boy, howdy, do I have a song for you? Oh boy. Oh, you're talking about the average person? And every German was indoctrinated from the top down. SS members were human garbage, like, unlike many. He explicitly unlike many, did explicitly sign up for this. So, let's see, there was the SA and the SS, and the SA was by far the worst ones. They were like the militia going out in the beginning and just slaughtering people, right? They're the ones that were operating outside the law because the law said you couldn't do this, so they were the ones going out and doing that. And then the SS were handpicked. I think they were handpicked by Himmler, if I'm not wrong. They were handpicked by Himmler. And was the SS initially led by Ernst Röhm, who was a gay man. He was the SA, yeah. So he was an openly gay man, which they were fine with until they weren't. Until that got to the point where we're like, oh, he's kind of being pushy about his opinion on Hitler. Well, now we can get him for being gay. And so then that's what they did. They took him out of commission. He was not a good person though either. So the SA was initially the first one, and They were just absolute monsters. I've learned quite a bit about World War II. More than I ever knew. How the average German and the Nazi regime are outside of your wheelhouse. You mostly know about Himmler and the SS. Rome was SA. Heydrich was the big guy. That stuff. Before the resistance assassinated him. What? Spoilers! Heydrich. Wait, actually, I do know about that. Heydrich was the, he was part of the... Reinhard Heydrich. I actually just learned about him today. He was a leader of one of the groups, and a Czech group of assassins went to shoot him up, but their guns jammed, and then so a last ditch of attempt, one of them threw a thermos, a hand grenade, right, and it blew up the back end of the car, which is where he was sitting, left him like paralyzed from the waist down and mangled, and he slowly died of sepsis poisoning in the hospital. Thoroughly deserved. Yeah, he got a terrible infection from it. You're approaching Ammon levels of World War II knowledge? I know. Eventually we're gonna be able to have a discussion about it. Yeah, the creator of the Operation Anthropod. Mastermind of the Final Solution. Special place in hell for him. Yep. I think the way that played out was actually better than him just getting shot and dying. He slowly died of sepsis over 5 days. Now tell us about the vampires. I do want to hear how the vampires came into play with all this. Forgot what he did exactly. I think he was part of the group that went into... I could be getting these instances mixed up, so I might be wrong. But I think he was part of the group that went into Ukraine. And there was this big pit in Ukraine, and I don't remember what it was called. But they used it... Oh, no. Was he the one that was... where he would have a quote-unquote beauty pageant for the Jewish girls in the city that he went to, where he would have them line up at the cemetery and then execute them until the last one was left, in which he would force himself on them and then ultimately murder them. Just the absolute piece of garbage. He also, I think, came up with the solution instead of just, because his poor soldiers would just get so tired from shooting thousands upon thousands of people every day that sometimes they just frankly missed and just throw the bodies into the pits, and some of them would still be alive, so they would throw... What is the lime? There was a powder or solution, something that they used to help speed up the decay process. But since there were people that were still alive in the pits, it actually was 1,000 times worse for them because it eats through the skin. It's like I don't remember what it was called. Is it limestone? I don't know if it is limestone, but I feel like it's something like that. There's a movie called Conspiracy, starring Kenneth Brang. I should watch. Quicklime. Yes, Quicklime. That's what it is. This is the wrong thing to think, but I'm glad we're safe right now. Yes. Brana. I see. Yeah. There's just absolutely horrific things. Quicklime is also good for preserving eggs. I did not know that. Yeah, sorry, we kind of got into a dark subject here. I've been learning so much about it, and there's so much that I didn't know. Like, they don't really go into all that stuff with you in school, right? Because it's traumatizing, even just to hear about. But I think it's good sometimes to just remember. The second verse gets a bit weird. Ooh. Alright, I'll have to listen to it later. I'm obviously not gonna listen to it on stream. Seems like it's gonna be one of those, like... kind of songs. Look up century eggs. They're real cool looking. Century. I'm not getting a more personalized search. I don't care. Whoa. I'm gonna be honest, I would not eat that. But they do look really cool. But I would not eat that. No. I think regardless of the taste, the way it looks just makes me think it's bad. Hang on, I'll put a picture on screen so you guys can see. I need to have a better setup here. This stuff. Ah. Bum, 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 bum. It's probably safe for stream. I'll just listen to it after stream. That way I don't have to worry about it. I already asked for monetization on the YouTube one, so I'd have to turn it off. Yeah, it looks really cool. Also looks like something that you would find in my fridge, and that means I probably shouldn't eat it. What about the little boy pea eggs? Oh, the balut? Wait, hang on, I got a lot of different things here. Oh, it's a Chinese food. It does look like balut. Yeah, balut is horrific. It's supposed to be an aphrodisiac, but... Wait, are these eggs, like... boiled in pea? Why are these eggs have such weird names? Oh god. Oh yeah, the... Okay, so... Yes, Alec, those are the same as... these pea eggs, apparently. They're the same thing. You're in hard-boiled eggs. Ugh. Why, though? Why does it gotta be... Why is it boiled in pea and it's a half-developed fucking fetus? Also, I don't want to type that stuff. I'm gonna get on some kind of fucking watch list. Which eggs are boiled in urine for the urine of young boys, preferably under the age of 10. Why? Thousand-year eggs are just aged in ash. They are, however, boiled in urine. Ugh. Yeah, who was the first guy who was like, you know what sounds good?
Hey, I don't want to be that person, but I think you got the wrong dye for your Easter eggs, man. Traumatized uwu.
Where am I? What is it down there for? Yeah, they don't look very good. Italians used to castrate boys, so they would sound a certain kind of way when they were singing. Yeah, I think the last one was still in like the mid 1900s. I want to say was the last boy that was castrated to make sure that he still had like a soprano voice when he sang as an adult. As has historically been believed in, I'm not gonna pronounce it because I'm gonna slaughter it, that region anyways, that urine has various health benefits and was commonly ingested in ancient times. Listen, there was a lot of things that people believed in ancient times that were not good and were incredibly dangerous. So no one knows how it started, but yeah, teachers collected the pee of their students in buckets, which they would sell to businesses. They do, however, keep some of themselves for home cooking the eggs. Ugh. Yeah, I know there's been lots of uses for pee. I don't know about poop, but the tanning hide was like a big thing that they used pee for. They had to soak it in there. Soak it in pee. That's where the saying like piss poor, that saying came from that. Because people would pee in a bucket and then sell it to the tanners for money, so they were piss poor. And then if you were even more poor, you would say you didn't even have a pot to piss in. Yep. In medieval Britain, they made houses out of poop. The whole house wasn't poop. The poop was mixed with other things, and it was like the cement. Well, I guess it's not, you know, it's not in the streets. Tonight's yapping has really gone to some places. It sure has. Yeah, and dirt floor, by the way, in those houses. Yeah, that's where dirt poor came from. Because you couldn't afford a floor, so you're dirt poor. Humans are awful creatures. We sure are. But it's 1 a.m. now? It sure is. Does that mean you're going to bed, Fru?
Drink water, you dehydrated bitch! You guys drinking water?
In the sheets? You don't want poop in the sheets.
Hi, honey.
Yep, humans are some pretty awful creatures. Good night, Fru. Thanks for hanging out, I appreciate it. I think that Jeebus gained a lot of traction since you said it earlier. Well, Crusaders always said Jeebus. But it is one of those things I can see people picking up pretty quickly. Better than, you know, Jesus on a cross or jumping Jesus on a pogo stick. Nobody's picked that up for me. I don't know how I picked it up for my family. Jumping Jesus on a pogo stick is just fun to say, I think. Crusader also says Jiminy Christmas. Christ on a bike? I think Dom says that one too. I've heard him say that. Something else too. Tacos. A tasting history? Humanity is the best and worst intelligent. Yes, we are both smart and dumb at the same time. Jesus? I've heard, cheese and rice. Tasting History is an amazing channel. I used to, when I had cable back in the day, I would watch the Food Network when it had like travel shows. I loved the travel shows because you get to see a bunch of different stuff. There's like a bizarre foods guy, and then there was Man versus Food, and I liked that because he would go around and eat copious amounts of foods. And I was like, where do you put that? You miss Man versus Food? So there's a lot of TikToks that I watch now that are good like that, but you have to be careful because sometimes you get the ASMR ones and those are disgusting. No. Or the ones that are just gross that use their hands and stuff. There's a bearded guy. Oh, I don't remember what his name is. It's something like that. Something about with his beard. He's fun to watch. Because he's like the Man versus Food guy. He talks about the food a little bit and then he does the food contests. And then there's what is her name? I just know what we're called. We're the Kilo Crew. But she also does them too, but they're not gross. They're pleasant about it. It's terrible. It's also why you hate mukbangs. It's so disgusting. See, some mukbangs are fine if they're fine about it. They're not doing like ASMR gross, and they're not. Just hate. I hate chewing sounds. I hate it. It makes my mouth hurt. It makes my face hurt. It makes every part of my body just cringe. I ate at a restaurant that had a dish on Man vs. Food recently. If the military stops occupying that city, you have to drop in without your appetite suppressants and try. Your food and travel. YouTube is best. Oh, for YouTube is best ever food review. Townsend's Tasting History, UA Eats. You stop eating on food on air just for you. So I still eat, but I usually mute unless it's like a crunchy thing because some people like the crunch sound. I just don't like the mouth sounds. I cannot do the mouth sounds. Saw one where a guy had the mic right next to his mouth and amplified those sounds. Ugh. See, initially when I started watching the mukbang stuff, which led me into the professional like food competition eater people. The mukbangs I saw, they were mostly just like people just eating a large amount of food. Yeah, copious amounts of foods. Mukbangs are unnatural. They are. You're not meant to eat that much food. But these two people specifically I like watching because you can tell that they do it. It's not good for them, but they still eat in a way that kind of like counteracts the fact that they're eating such ridiculous amounts of food. That they obviously work out, and I don't remember what her name is. It starts with a K. She's done a number of things where she'll like talk about what she eats when she's not doing competitions, which is like very, very healthy. Yeah, a lot of the mukbangs are tiny Korean girls, but not all of them. And there's some that are just like, no, it's not. It's like, let me bring up TikTok.
Let's start tonight's show.
Bum. Let's see. Boom. Bim, 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 bim. Wow, I follow more people than I... Katina. Her name is Katina. Katina. I like the episodes when Adam would eat spicy food, but it's also crazy when people will do what people will do with spicy pepper. You have to wear a gas mask while cooking, maybe you should reconsider the dish, yeah. Do taller people have larger stomachs? I don't think so. You did not like Adam from Man vs. Food? There, you said it. You found him annoying? That's fine. I could see why people would find him annoying. I found Guy Fieri incredibly annoying, but people still talk about him. Hey Adrian, how are you? Sorry you're late, it's been a while. That's okay. How are you? Bum 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 bum. Beam 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 bam bam bum bum bam bam bam. Kittens, thank you for the 12 months. I appreciate it. Also, welcome in. How are you? Hey, music lesson this week. You'll actually be able to write a normal song chorus. Let's go. Your favorite TV chef? Alton Brown. Have you ever seen Good Eats? If you've never seen Good Eats, you're missing out. Have I seen Good Eats? Ferrari? What is this? Not Ferrari, it's Guy Fieri, I think is his name. He's extremely annoying. He is terrible. I don't know if I've ever seen Alton Brown. I remember Andrew Zimmerman. Wow, I pulled that out of a hat. Somewhere deep in the back of my mind, in a filing cabinet. Like Bizarre Eats with Andrew Zimmerman. Wow. I can't remember half the shit that I should know, but I know that from years ago. Like Maddie Matheson. I used to watch Hannah Hart before she got her own like actual cooking show. She did a YouTube thing called My Drunk Kitchen, where she would drink and make food, and just progressively throughout making the food, you would see her get more and more drunk. She was funny. I don't think she does that anymore though. Ordinary Sausage, also brilliant. First time you brought up Man vs. Food to one of your cousins when you were kids, he didn't even give you a chance to talk about it. He just said that guy, the guy you need, that's gay. You need to watch Man vs. Wild. Like that doesn't sound anything at all. It doesn't sound anything, you know, like what I was talking about. Like your cousin just heard Man versus, like, no. I'd have something better. Your dad watches a lot of Andrew Zimmerman. Is he still on? Is he still a thing? I don't have like cable or anything, so I don't know. But Zimmerman. I was watching one of his things when I first learned about Balut. I was like, oh god, I hate it. Jamie Oliver is awful. I've heard that name, but I don't know who that is. Well, he's on YouTube now. Pretty much all of them are online. I guess I didn't think about looking for them. Jamie Oliver is a crime against God and humanity. I'm glad that I don't know him. Although I'm sure somebody will do a segment on him. That's how I learned about the human pile of garbage that is like Logan Paul. Learned recently about him a lot. Ugh. How these people exist and are popular. Look up Uncle Roger, Jamie Oliver, Uncle Roger, Jamie Oliver fried rice. I've heard of Uncle Roger. Do not research either of the Paul brothers ever. I don't. It's so. I watch a lot of Visual Venture, and he just does like a lot of different like, you know, cartoons that were banned for blank, or YouTubers that wound up in jail, or shitty people on the internet kind of thing. He does a lot of stuff like that, and Logan Paul has been in a lot of his episodes. Your two favorite chefs of all time are Henry Phillips and Stephen Reed. I've never heard of those guys either. You know the Uncle Roger videos where Jamie Oliver messed up? Where Jamie Oliver messed up cuisine that is foreign to him rather than learn it authentically. Oh. Yeah, I think a lot of people do that. I'm so obsessed with making food healthy and approachable that he bastardizes it into trash. Chili jam does not go in fried rice. Like jam? Like jam? Henry's Kitchen and Weber Cooks. I've never heard of that. You liked Anthony Bourdain when he was still alive? I think I did see a couple episodes with him. Yeah, I did hear that he passed too. Like jam but with chilies in it. To be honest here, when Jake Paul fought Mike Tyson live, he just felt really pitiful to you because Mike is old. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it either. I think, well, I'm not gonna say that. I want to be honest here. Both of them seem like utter trash, and I hate that people are giving so much love to Mike Tyson because, like, look up his past. Look up his past. He is not a good man. Not a good man at all. I'm not gonna allow that one. I'll allow this one. I read the message, Neon. I'm not gonna allow that just because that's a trigger word. Yeah, you got the. It's okay. I can read it and I see what you say, but I'm not gonna allow it because it's trigger word. A jerk off is fine. I don't think that's a trigger word. Did you see about the whole fight? A guy named Tank Davis, who he outweighs by about 75 pounds. Not even exaggerating. As a former boxer and serious boxing fan. I'll allow it. A colleague who works in restaurant food industry said that Bourdain's Kitchen Confidential revolutionized the industry. Oh wow. I could see that. I mean, based on what I saw, I could see that. I'll allow it. Yeah, I didn't watch a lot of it. It was like the time period it was on, I think was right around the time I went to sleep. Brought a lot of attention to like the mental health issues and poor conditions that people in food service undergo. Well, that is really good because yeah, there's a lot of jobs that I would do. I would hate it, but I would still do it. But the food industry is one of those roles that I don't want to get back into because it is stressful. It is unhealthy in every sense of the word. Tank Davis / Jake Paul. The fight was called off. Both because tickets weren't selling and also because Tank got sued by a former partner for domestic abuse and all sorts of other horrible stuff. And it wasn't his first time being a perpetrator in that way, allegedly. Yep, that sounds about right. I feel like no respectable person would want to do that anyway. For a fucking YouTuber. But yeah, I've learned a lot. I guess I was just, because I didn't spend a lot of time on the internet, I guess I was just isolated from a lot of stuff that people like commonly know about, so I've been learning more about these things that like people just know nowadays, like, oh yeah, and everybody knows about the Logan brothers, or the Paul brothers, right? Logan and Jake Paul, but I didn't. I didn't know anything about them. I didn't even know who Markiplier was. I still technically don't know. I know he's a streamer. He plays video games. But I didn't even know the name until I started streaming. No one was buying tickets for that trash.
I'm clean enough.
If you look at Paul and Davis standing near each other, it's laughable that they were gonna fight. He wasn't really rooting for them. He just wanted to see if Jake would get beat up. I mean, yeah, I would prefer to just see them both get punched in the face. I just like, there's so much love for Mike Tyson, it feels like these days, but I don't know why. I don't understand it. Is it because the lisp or the face tattoo? Because that man's done some terrible shit. You sent me 2 videos for later? Okay, I'll check them out. Hi Kachu, how are you? I see you said side of game tonight. What are you thinking of playing? Well, on YouTube I have it marked down as Doom, but I'm not sure. Crusader suggested Cyberpunk, but it sounds like I would have to start it over because it got another revamp. And then I was thinking maybe like a Balatro, just something low-key, really relaxing. But, I mean, we'll see when I run out of something to talk about, I guess. And you went, no, but I know people will continue to support bad people who are famous no matter what terrible things they say or do. Yeah, I guess this stuff happened... Let me look it up. I feel like it was like either in... I feel like it was in the 90s. Yeah, 1992. He was convicted of... He was convicted of the R word and sentenced to 6 years in prison. He was released on parole after 3. 3 years. Apparently in 2007, he was charged with a misdemeanor of assault and battery and assault with a deadly weapon, but settled out of court for $105,000. Before doing the prison time in 1992, Tyson claimed that he had already been arrested 40 times by the time he was 12 years old. I don't believe that, but I mean... In 1989, he was the most famous fighter in the world. Yeah, and an 18-year-old beauty pageant winner didn't want to be with him, and he said, well, that doesn't make any sense, and decided to do it himself. 6 years, though. 6 years in prison. Wow. Fame really does buy you just freedom, doesn't it? Tyson had no impulse control. Didn't he bite somebody's ear off, too? Wasn't he that guy? Tyson had no impulse control. You could have a dozen machine guns aimed at him and offend him, and he would still attack even with the machine guns pointed at him. I could see that. Evander Holyfield? Yes. Is that whose ear he bit off? The bite fight? There's also a Battle Troll crossover. In what? I know that there is in Vampire Survivors. You don't... No, you don't have to. Just redistribute skills at... skill points is all. Oh, okay. I was gonna say, I've already put a lot in the game. I don't think I want to start over. I could redistribute skill points though. But I don't want to have to find the iguana egg again in the cat. Not the bite of 87? Was it 87 though? Because that would be incredible. You bought a joke chocolate in the 90s that was shaped like Holyfield's ear. Oh, it was in the 90s. Because it was 87, that would be fantastic. Yeah, I'm like... So, Mamako and Papako weren't like huge into boxing, but I remember sometimes they would just like get into a stage. Every couple years, they would just get into a stage where they just want to watch boxing. So I learned about certain events. That's how I know about Mike Tyson and kind of piece of garbage he was, and about the ear bite. And then there was like there was another guy that Papako really liked. He would talk about sometimes. Ooh, I don't remember his name. And then Papako started liking is it UFC? Is that the MMA cage fighting stuff? I don't like that. I don't like that at all. I spend the entire, I tried to watch it with him once and I was like, ugh, just like, ugh, brother, ugh. The entire time I was like, I can't watch this. It was 97? Oh.
Okay.
So it'd be
But
about
let me
97?
set the stage a little.
Okay.
Holyfield and Tyson fought the first time, and Holyfield headbutted the heck out of Tyson all night.
Oh.
Not on purpose necessarily, but Holyfield's style was just like that. Resulted in a lot of headbutts. So then the second fight happens and Holyfield was headbutting Tyson again. So yes, Tyson, with no impulse control, bit Holyfield's ear twice. The first time the ref only penalized Tyson. It took 2 bites to get disqualified.
Takes two. How many bites does it take to get disqualified? Turns out it's 1 less than to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop. How many little... Beat me to it. Your typing speed has not been up to par since you've upped your bass practice regime. I need more practice. I need to practice my typing actually. It's been a little slow. It's a famous incident in boxing history. Sorry, you really love boxing. I'm trying to think, because you probably know the other guy. Is his name Oscar? Yes, Oscar De La Hoya. He talked about that guy too. No, I know Muhammad Ali. Everybody knows him. But I don't remember anything about him. I just remember he really liked him. You have to climb downstairs using a banister at 45 because of boxing. Yeah, I can imagine. I remember watching a documentary on Muhammad Ali and the impacts of boxing and physical contact sports. Because football players also have lasting complications once they retire, especially once they get tackled a lot. You like Tootsie Pops, but you don't like Tootsie Rolls. It's the only candy that tastes stale when it's fresh. I like Tootsie Rolls, but I like chewy stuff. I also like Tootsie Pops though. But I get that. It doesn't have... Because the like, outer coating initially tastes kind of waxy, right? And then you bite into it, and then you get the flavor. So I get that. I understand. Really like this format, by the way. We're just chatting. Goodness, I have wonderful thoughts. So I don't know. I feel like the... Like, well, see, for instance, on my end, my just chatting streams, I enjoy them because I get to just chat with you guys, but they don't perform well like other streamers that do just chatting. And maybe it's because I don't like do like reaction videos and stuff like that. I have opinions, and I'm sure not everybody agrees with my opinions, and not everybody wants to learn about World War II and all the horrible things that happened. I can have all the Tootsie Pops. I do like Tootsie Pops. I like Blow Pops too. There's this, like, the Dollar Tree used to have these really big suckers that were like the size of a freaking egg on a stick, and then in the center they had bubblegum that would last for like 5 seconds of flavor and then it was stale. I really liked those too. Like talking about World War II weapons and armor. I like history. Like, I friggin' love history and I love learning about it. So I wanted to have more like podcast streams with Tofu, but our time doesn't line up. I have to stream really early in the day to do anything with Tofu. Because Tofu, most of you probably don't even know who Tofu Rabbit is, because I haven't done any streams with her lately. But she's everybody's favorite British blue bunny. She's very precious, and she is a history major. She has a degree in history. Yeah, it's the natural progression, Crusader. Nazis, celebrity chefs, boxing. If you're in the mood to watch some masterful boxing, watch Terrence Crawford fight. He is the best fighter of his generation. You know her. Yeah, I know you know her, and Beef definitely knows her. Crusader. Some of you know Tofu, but the ones that have been around since like I started playing Warframe, maybe. Well, I did do one stream with her, right? Because I did the first and only episode of the podcast. Way most people do content, do react content, it really bothers you. Like, the video will play for 2 seconds, one thing happens, and they pause it and then go on some tangent for 20 minutes about this single thing in the video. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I know that reaction content is very, very popular, but I just don't know if it's like content. It just feels cheap to me. You have a history major friend too? So a major, you either go teach or you do nothing. Yeah, it's a major you go either use to go teach or do nothing with, and then wait for a 90-year-old museum curator to die so you can take their place. I think that's what Tofu's doing right now, is waiting for someone. You did stuff with Tofu. You followed her for a bit now? Yeah, I sure did. I did her birthday stream. I'm trying to think of the last time I actually like got to stream with her. It's been a while. It does feel cheap. It just feels like you're using somebody else's content to get views, right? I don't know. Like, I get sometimes like you might want to see your favorite streamer react to something, and I totally understand that. But like, I don't know, there's just so many people that do react content that it's like, does everybody need to do this? Yeah, Tofu's job doesn't have anything to do with her degree right now, so I think she's just waiting for your curator spot. Shit, I don't know that she will do anything with her. Like, she's in like a business department right now, and I know she's not happy there, but I guess it's content, you know? Kinda, it's a job. only time you really engage with react content is when a VTuber is watching ghost sighting videos or like the exploring of really old houses that are haunted. I love watching like videos where people like go off and exploring stuff. The ghost stuff just ends up annoying me because it's usually just like, did you see it? And it's always like two eyes peeking around the corner or some shadowy figure or some stupid shit. It's like, this is fake. This isn't real. I like watching Nuke's Top 5, yeah. Nuke's Top 5 and Chills, just because... Chills... He's funny. He's funny. I don't know. It looks real to me. The stuff that he believes versus the stuff that he doesn't. It's like, brother. Nukes is good. He prevents it in a way that's interesting. I do like watching that stuff, but a lot of times this is like, oh my god. I just love that. Did you see it? I see, but I don't know that my React content would be good with stuff like that. I think Mood would do a really good job because she gets freaked out by stuff, but mine would just be really cynical of like, no, that's easily fake. There'd just be like a, let me pause it and tell you why this is debunkable. It's like, if ghosts really do exist, I would love to think that they do because I like to think that there's something after. But if they really do exist, we wouldn't know because people make too much fake shit. Among you has seen the dragon? Fuji? I've seen Fuji. Number 15. Burger King foot lettuce. Moose stream chatter makes you want to put a paper bag on your head because you only say stupid dumb stuff in comparison. Yeah, but dumb stuff is funny. That's why Moo has more views. Moo has good reactions. She's silly. She's got big boobs. She screams. Whereas when I'm stressed out, I apparently just say ay 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 ay. It's always, oh, I'm a spooky historic figure from the 1800s. I'm waiting for the ghost to start yelling at 6-7 at people. Here we are at the abandoned school. 6-7. Did you hear it? Did you guys hear that? 6-7. Here's a playback of the audio. It's enhanced. 6-7. Hi Leroy, how are you? You also make silly noises when you're scared, but when you play Lethal Company, when you see the spider, I just yell spider. I go ooh, 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 like a monkey and run away because I'm panicking. Your streams are special for different reasons. You enjoy both of yours. You just like, I don't know, try to emulate different things from both of you because of what you're doing because what you're doing doesn't work. What do you mean? Don't sell myself short, but I am short. I am short. How's our cute demon tonight? I'm okay. How are you? Make sure to haunt somebody on your way out.
Hi, honey.
6-7. Wait, no bigger than a corn muffin? Oh, I love corn bread. I just think this one barbecue place that they had just corn muffins with melted butter over top of them. And it was so good. Just woke up from a nap. Good morning. Cornbread was made by a god as a man to as a gift to man. Yes, I think that's what it says in the Bible. It was like first he gave us fire, then he gave us cornbread. Prove me wrong. I am Kaiko-sized. Yeah. Confidence is contagious. I tried to do that. I tried to explain that I'm the best of the best, and people didn't believe me. They're like, prove it. And then I couldn't because I'm only mediocre at stuff. I have a wide range of talents, but none of them are... I'm a jack of all trades, which sometimes is not a good thing, especially in streaming. People like to have, like... I don't know. That's like with all the advice that people give you is like find a niche game that you're really good at and just go with that. But it's like, but I am not good at one particular game or even one kind of game. I like to do what I like. You're a Steve of all trades, not a Jack. What is the difference? I believe Kaiko is the best at being explicitly Kaiko. That's true. I am the best me. There is. Do you love my singing too? I've been wanting to do a karaoke stream. I just don't know when I want to do it. Slightly less mediocre. I had slightly more things than the average Joe. That is correct. That is my capabilities. Steve Doors. Steve Doors. Also, you call everyone Steve as a meme. Oh, I see. Okay. I gotcha. At least Kaiko's good at something. Well, I'm okay at some stuff. As per the college cert. As for you, have no skill whatsoever. Well, I have a degree that says I'm capable of developing skills. But apparently it doesn't mean anything in the job market. As someone who works on the docks, I immediately jumped into a Bon Jovi song. But his name wasn't Steve. Wasn't it Johnny or something? Jimmy? Queso? He's also the headmaster of the wizarding school in Minecraft. There's a wizarding school in Minecraft? 3 eggs, 2 boxes of cornbread mix, 1 3-ounce jar of queso? Queso? Queso and cornbread? I just like hearing my opinions. A lot of them align with yours, and you can't talk about them normally because normies wouldn't agree. Yeah, I try to keep my opinions to the point where they're not offending anybody, but I feel like sometimes they just do on accident. Because I'm not closed off to hearing other opinions. I think other opinions are really what makes people unique, and I enjoy that. But then sometimes opinions turn into hate, and that's the thing that I can't stand for. If your opinion drives hate, then I'm gonna be mad. I'm not gonna stand for that. You can have a different opinion, you can have a different political view than me, you can think that purple's a terrible color or that it doesn't exist, or you can think it's a great color, or you can say that Assassin's Creed Odyssey is a terrible game, or Vampire Survivor sucks. You can say those things. I'll listen to your viewpoint. But if you bring up a lot of people that you think you disagree with because they exist, then we're gonna have problems. That's all. You offend people constantly. I do on accident. I don't try to offend anybody, but sometimes it just happens. Sometimes my existence just offends people. In your line of work, let me scroll back up. In your line of work, yeah, you have to learn what opinions are worth responding to. That's good advice in general, I think. Who likes purple? Me too. Can you think that purple was a color that was made popular by ancient aliens? You can think that, yep. What if you think purple doesn't exist but is a good color? You can also think that. In your opinion, Kaiko loved Forspoken? That's... I fucking hate that game so much. What a waste of money. What an utter disappointment of existence that game turned out to be. That opinion is allowed. Tuesday has it. You never actually saw it. Ugh. Just, it's such a lazy piece of work. Concord? Oh, Concord was the game that was shut down like 2 weeks after it was released, right? I did not like the designs on any of that. It's like if you're gonna do another shooter, you get an FPS, you gotta have good design. Train Tuesday Wong is a joke. I know, he's like he's that, what's his face from Kung Pao. We deliberately trained him wrong. It's true. Tuesday does think that Moo is better than me. Wimplo, yeah. Also, that movie is great. Fight me on it. I'll fight you. It's a good movie. It's so stupid. I did get the reference. Taco Bell. Product placement for Taco Bell. It was very saucy last night, even more than usual. I was listening, but I was also really focused on playing Assassin's Creed Shadows. I was playing Shadows last night. I was having a lot of fun playing. Tuesday does think Dom has no riz. I'm bleeding, that makes me the victor. Why don't I play that? I mean, I could, but I've progressed so much in this story, you guys wouldn't know what's happening, really. I wouldn't mind going back, though. I have 2 save files. I have the last save file that I streamed, and then I have, like, the save file that I've done. So, like, one's at 6% and one's at, like, 23%. I haven't watched someone play Assassin's Creed game in forever. To start over? I wouldn't even have to start over. I have the save file. Just don't play Assassin's Creed Shadows? Why? How did Resident Timu go? I mean, Moo sounded like she was having fun. Except for when, you know, she was getting bit and stuff. Yeah, Shadows is the one in Japan, yeah. That got a lot of backlash because of the African samurai. You want to play that one? It's actually really good. I was leery on if I would like to play Yatsuke, because I knew I wanted to play Naoe, because she was obviously the ninja assassin. Of course I want to play her. But Yatsuke is actually really fun to play. If you're just in the mood for just beating the piss out of people, he's the one you play. If you're in the mood for stealth assassin takedowns, you play Naoe. You have issues with the game design. It's also really, really, really historically inaccurate. I can't speak on the historically accurate stuff on that. I have no idea for the time period, but it is really fun to play. And Assassin's Creed games are notoriously inaccurate for a lot of things, but that's because they Hollywoodize it, right? Sakura trees and watermelons aren't in season at the same time. That is true. watermelons are a summer fruit. Sakura trees are spring. Speaking of which, when I was playing last night, it switched seasons, so it's in the winter season. So everybody's standing around freezing their asses off. But Shadows is fun if you don't think about like the historical side of stuff and you just look at like, I mean, I guess it's the historical side of things without being like, this is how it goes, right? Odyssey still is gonna be my favorite. I know people hate it. People have hated on the game. Every time I bring it up, they hate on Odyssey, but I freaking love Odyssey. The story was fantastic. The setting was beautiful. I liked the drama in it. I liked the exploration. I freaking loved the combat system, and the weapon system was beautiful. The microtransactions all had really great stuff. Like it was a great freaking game. I loved it. I 100% completed it. And I don't do that. I don't usually do that in games because I play it and I get bored and then I move on. But I freaking love that game. The only part was like one of the DLCs, you're forced to be in a relationship, and I didn't want to be in a relationship with anybody. I just wanted to go around and assassinate people and fight them with my cool spear. But to make the story make sense later on, you have to have a baby, so really whatever. Strictly transactional though. It was a business transaction. Which one did I pick? Oh, I played Cassandra. And then my brother played Alexio when he played it. I want games to have good girl heroines, not just Z-tier girl bosses for pandering. Yeah. There's some of them. Oh, you walked in? Yeah, we're talking about Odyssey for Assassin's Creed. You have Odyssey and Shadows on your wish list right now. I really loved Odyssey. Like I just liked everything about it. I like Greek mythology, and it was really heavily wrapped in it, and so I agree. Women deserve high quality characters. Yes. You used to be able to negate fall damage in 7 days to die by landing on a hay bale, and like you would plant hay bales outside skyscrapers so you could take you could take the short way down. Just don't miss. Yep. The girl in the Fallout TV show was a great hero, and she was very cute. Yeah, you can be cute and be a good hero. You just don't have to be like bikini armor all the time and everything, you know. Cassandra was great. Like, she didn't have like spicy armor. She just had like, you could wear friggin' a Roman soldier's outfit if you wanted to. In the modern Tomb Raider games, she dresses appropriately. When Halo Reach, you could choose your gender. That's pretty cool. Star in Yellow Jackets, and she was very good there too. That was the first time I saw her. I watched the season. I wasn't sure how I was gonna like the Fallout series. I don't like the Brotherhood of Steel guy. I have a lot of problems with him. I'm gonna be honest. I don't like him, and I don't like that there's like a romantic connection between them. I think he's just terrible. You don't understand why you're getting called out here? Who would pick the female hero with the least amount of clothes on? That's true. Aloy from Horizons is another good example. I think that's your problem, is the phrasing. That phrasing appropriately. As though there's something inherently wrong with her being sexual or feminine. Yeah. Like there's no, you can be feminine and not wear bikini armor. You can still look feminine and dress appropriately. I mean, sure, sometimes you do have to pander to a certain audience, and I do understand that, but it doesn't always have to be that. I know that there's a game coming out that's like heavily like product placement. It takes place in space. And they did like completely the opposite. They have their female character like has a shaved head, and honestly, she doesn't look very appealing in any way. Like, I think her jumpsuit wasn't even very good. Like, they downplayed it 100%. It was like they did the exact opposite. It's like, that's very bold, and you're gonna have to have a really great game if you're gonna have a character that's kind of bland. I think that's the best way I could put it, that she looked bland. Which, even if it was a guy, you can't have the main character, look bland. I didn't wink, even though it looked like that. It's also why I don't really I really wanted to play... Is it Crimson Desert? Is that what it's called? Crimson... Red... Yeah, Crimson Desert? The Black Desert... open world game? Single player open world game? I wanted to play that, but the main character is so bland to me. Like, maybe not to everybody, but he's just so generic in every way that it just completely ruins like any excitement I had for the game. Man, it's too bad because it does look like a good game. I don't know. Respect Nikkei because the fact that they put passion into the stories for the game and not just making fan service game. Yeah, so I'm severely disappointed in Azure Lane because it used to be like that. It used to be really good. And now they've just completely devolved into strictly fan service. Pandering to the perverts, the degens out there that just want to have mostly naked anime girls. Like, wow. I used to be, like, never miss a day logging in because I freaking love the game so much, and I haven't even logged in like 6 months. The TTRPG you're making, the bikini armor does produce very high armor. As long as the men can wear it as well. As long as they can wear the bikini armor, then it's fine. Everyone can wear it, good. They have to wear the top too, though. They don't get away with just wearing the bottoms. Why can't guys get top tier armor and a thong and sandals then? They can, but they also have to have the top. Sumo wrestlers are pretty thongy. They do wear that, yeah. It's called something else, but... Yeah, I tried Nikkei once, and I was like, this isn't for me. This is for another group of people that I'm not gonna shame in any way, shape, or form. It's a beautiful game. The live 2D is incredibly well done. The combat was okay for me. But it wasn't for me. I didn't want somebody's ass shaking in front of me every time I shot a gun. Like, it just didn't appeal to me. I think you're just too old to find cartoon characters arousing. I think... Yeah, I don't know arousing is the correct word. I like the art. I'm very big on art. So if the art is really good, I can get into the game. And like I said, Nikkei has really good art. It's very, very good live 2D, but I just... Every time you shoot the gun, somebody's ass is jiggling. I just didn't want to do it. It's like, I don't want to play this. Nothing against anybody who plays it. That's fine. It's probably really good. Like, it should be said, it has a good story into it, and that's really good, but... But perverts find it arousing, don't they? Or just eye candy? I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it's just eye candy or if it's like... If anybody's, you know, bringing up a gacha game to go to bed at night. I don't know. But yeah, some people just enjoy the fan service. Some people enjoy the art, but they just want their art to be spicy level, I guess. I'm not really sure. It's just eye candy. Well, that's only for you. I mean, you can't speak for everybody. It's not arousing so much as it is just stimulating, like eating a Reese's cup. Oh great, I gave Moo an excuse. Yeah, I'm not sure. See, for me, I find it... There's levels of fan service I can tolerate, and then the more degen it gets, the more I just can't stand it. And like I said, nothing against anybody who does enjoy that stuff. There's nothing wrong with that if you like it. It's just for me personally, it makes me feel gross. That's why I don't play Azure Lane anymore. I still have my account because I put a lot of money into that game. Because when I played it, I loved it. Now it's just like, this makes me feel uncomfortable and gross. Like, if I can't show the game on Twitch, that says something. If the Google Play Store says you have to take this outfit off because it's too spicy, you're doing something wrong. Yeah, formidable. There's some that are just so uncomfortable. Like some of the live 2D like skins that you can get, they're just doing things that is like, please stop. This is like, there's one with Taiho in a pool cue. It's got like a pool stick, you know, for billiard stick. Ugh. Please stop. I think Twitch is too restrictive in your opinion, but you get where you're coming from. Yeah, there's some things that maybe, but I mean, Twitch is actually very fine with a lot of games, but when it comes to anime stuff, they're I don't know, they just feel strict. I mean, I can't even show my hips if I wanted to. You can play Azure Lane, and you know the art. Yeah. There's that one, and then there's one with a lolly-esque character and one of the like the manjus, the little bird thing that she's sitting on. Nope. I think it used to be like the most spicy, yeah, and now it's the most tame. It's pretty tame in comparison. Like Azure Lane just went way down the hill, and I'm so disappointed. My disappointment started when they took my favorite character and gave her a bunny outfit, because she's not supposed to be like the sexy character at all, and they put her in a fucking bunny outfit and made her like do lines of like record lines of like flirty lines, and I was like, ugh, why did you do this? Yeah, I meant record lines, Moo, that's why I changed it. What is brown dust? I've never heard of brown dust. Oh wow, you really weren't kidding. They did mess her up, but she wasn't doing like drug lines. They made her record lines of like being really flirty with the administrator, which is who you are, and she's not supposed to be. You know, they call her Cleave Bro because she's supposed to be like your best friend kind of character, you know. And then they put her in a fucking bunny outfit and made her all flirty. And it's like, gross! You ruined it. You ruined everything. God damn it. It is pretty. It's pretty full Gooner. I haven't updated it. I've just been so sad and disappointed in the game. There's some outfits for your characters that you don't approve of in Nikkei. Like how they had a proper girl character who is an assassin. And they gave her a police outfit. Let me show you what they did to my poor Cleveland.
Hi, honey.
I can't have that. I need to have like a regular photo. That's fine. This. Why do you guys always use this format? Okay, that one's fine. Wow. Google doesn't even have results for that? That doesn't seem right. How is that possible that there's no images? Ah. Okay. I'm gonna show you a series. A series. Here's the base outfit. This is the is it this? Oh, yeah, this is the base outfit. This is her original outfit. Okay, pretty cute. Very simple. American ship. USS Cleveland. Right? Pretty cute. And then she went to this, which is the background that I usually use because I think it's cool as heck. And a nice suit, and she's got a little doggo. Very dapper, very cute. Very non-sexual in any way.
Hi, honey.
Ah, see, it's a good outfit. It's also live 2D, so it moves around and she talks to you and stuff. Yep, no heels. Just looks very nice, very comfy. And then they did this to her. And they went and did this shit. Like completely out of character. They just really just ruined it. Like all of her outfits too, leading up to that, have always been like the cool girl, right? The one that you go out and play sports with and hang out with, and then they did that shit. I hate everything. Is it a vinyl dress? Yes, it's a clear dress. Can't even tell what they're going for. I don't know. They have a lot of foot fetish stuff in there too. It's like, ugh. Good night, Allotted. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate it. I've been really hive mind in the stream, and I say something just after you say it, and you look like Albert who? From The Sopranos? Man, that was one that I've never seen. I want to watch The Sopranos someday. Foot fetish is everywhere these days. I will admit, I did get one of the skins that have like
I can't
foot
zip up
fetish
my
thing in
top,
it.
okay?
But I didn't get it for the foot thing. I got it because the live 2D skin is really, really good. And I got it in the pack, so I didn't even like have to seek it out. It just came with it. But there's like a part where she kicks the screen with her foot. So it's very, very clearly pandering, but... It's like, so you can have that like subtle hint of stuff, but just make it a good skin. But no, now they've got like a hand towel covering just their chest when they go to like the fucking hot springs. It's like, oh. And you know, I've noticed a lot of like recent gacha games, maybe it's just because of the ones that I've been playing, but some of them will let you pick whether or not you as the administrator, commander, trainer are a man or a woman. In Azure Lane, you're always considered, you're just a man. You're the only man in the group of every ship is a woman, so you are the only man. It's very like coded to be a harem type of thing. And I hate that they do that. That's why I liked Cleveland so much, because she was just like one of the bros, right? And they went and messed it up. And then the Taiho skin came out, and I was like, you know what? I'm done. I don't need to play this anymore. Using hand towels instead of just letting you cover them. And moo. What would baby Jesus say? Yeah, I don't like being locked into a specific gender. Like there's certain games when you have a story that is compelling and built around a certain character, I totally get it. Like playing Arthur or playing John Marston, right? Because the story is very, very much built around them. But when the story is kind of like happening to the main character, I don't know why they insist in locking you into a character, because it's not based around them. It's like it's just happening to you, and I hate that. I just like make it a customizable character. Let people be what they want to be. You say this about the First Descendants? It's like people complain about the skins, but that's what sells, and that's what game. And that's what game they want to make. It's true. Arthur irritated you? I made him a good guy. Yeah, like there was a lot of things where he was forced into just being his dirtbag self, but I made him such a good guy. He had all the karma. People loved him. What he did typically, the ones where you're locked in like certain stories that played out, yeah, he was not a good guy. But John wasn't either. It's just that you got to play John after the fact, right? When you played Red Dead Redemption, the first one, it was after the fact of him being a dirtbag. Actually so irritated with the female night skin and the First Descendants breastplate. Yeah, it still ends how it ends. It has to end that way. That's just it. The story couldn't continue the way it does for the first Red Dead Redemption if it didn't end that way. But yeah. But I still... Red Dead Redemption 2 is one of my favorites. I haven't looked at the new skins in the battle pass at all. Hey Benz, how are you? Will you take me home? I'm already at home. Thank you for being considerate though. Breastplate battle pass. She's literally in armor with no pants. Like, I get it's supposed to be like a Gunner type of game, but can't we just have like some good options? Can't you just have the option to have pants if you want? You know? Like, can't you pander to both places? Like, Just like have the pants toggleable or something. You don't mind the no pants? It's a pretty common trope. I mind it incredibly. Not because I think it's gross of someone running around in their undies, but because if you've ever tried to run around in your undies, it's incredibly uncomfortable. That's also why I don't like traditional, like, the Japanese schoolgirl athletic outfits. I hate that they made them run around in basically underwear. It's so uncomfortable. So says capitalism. It's just so jarring to have a full metal top and just no pants at all. That doesn't make any sense. It just looks like you have your leg wear unequipped. That just sounds dumb then. In Project Zomboid, no pants is actually a meta way to play. It prevents you from getting too hot as you run around and fight. Interesting. They could have done a better job. See, I remember they had the vote right, and I voted for the female armor stuff, but I specifically remember it having pants. Having, like, armored legs. It's probably just panties. No, everything but shoes. So uncomfortable. If they ever no. So that is one thing, Crusader, that the creators of Pretty Derby have stated that they will not make the game in any way pandering towards fan service. They said that they would shut the game down before they did anything like that. Yeah, the makers of Pretty Derby are very much, these are high school level girls. We don't sexualize them. They are to be precious. The most you're gonna get is like their swimsuit outfits. Still don't know what you expected? Fan service. These are high school level horses. Yes. You're glad someone has a spine? Yeah, and they don't need to. They don't need to do all that stuff. The game is fun on its own. The art is good. The horse girls are adorable, and you want to protect them and root them on. And they don't need the fan service aspect of it. I mean, sure, maybe like the hot springs scene is called Steamy Moments, but it's because it's a hot spring. And yeah, it's very respectful. They wear a full towel. You knew you liked this game for a reason? Yep, it's a respectable game, and I completely appreciate that. This is your fan service. Here, let me get bigger so you can see. There you go. Can really zoom in on that screwdriver. Yeah, top tier fan service. I think he is professional. Really going to town on that fan? He's fixing it. Bet that fan will work well for a few more years. Oh yeah. It's gonna work so well. It's not gonna make any noise at all. You know what he's supposed to be screwing in? I think it's just a loose screw. Probably change the light on it or something. You know how sometimes they get like a little wobbly when they're off balance? It probably was just balancing it. You know, Super Creek gets a little close sometimes. Yeah, so if you look at the comments, though, the comics, like, they kind of explain she's supposed to be like a motherly figure. So it can be taken out of context, but it's... I still don't know what Goo Goo Baby is, but... Super Creek is interesting. But yeah, it's a mom... A very mom-coded, yeah. When... the yandere one comes out, probably will be a little bit weird, but it's still... Goo Goo Baby? What? There's a game that Super Creek plays. It's... I don't remember exactly what it's called. I think it's Goo Goo Baby. What, Moo? What are you on? You meant her SS card? What about her card? Is it because when she wins, she leans in a little bit? Did Moo want to play Goo Goo Babies? Moo, is that what it's called? I think that's what it's called. If you go through her story at the end of it, I think there's a part where she says that she wants to play Goo Goo Babies. Yeah, I think it is the pretending to be your mom. I'm not really sure. I skipped through a lot of the story because I just want to get to get through the season so I can do another one. So I'm already at like 500 races or something like that. For your races, I've done a lot. It is called that? Okay. And the swimsuit for the Diva Scarlet is a compromising position. Yes, but it's covered. It's still done in a way that's not it's a common pose that is used for fan servicey stuff, but I think if I remember correctly, she does have a towel covering her midsection, correct? Covering that area. Oh, it's part of her skirt is covering her no zone. So yes, while that is a common fan servicey pose, it's still covered. Do you want to debunk one myth of sexualized stuff? Boob plate armor won't actually break your sternum or make arrows hit your face. What? Do people say that? I just think boob plate armor is bad because your whole midsection is not covered. Bum, 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 bum. You're off? Have a good night, Alec. Thanks for hanging out, I appreciate it. Oh, you meant armor with sculpted breasts? Does people think that? Because male armor also has sculpted well, they have sculpted boobs too. They're just not as round. Hi Robert, how are you? Also, hi Toxic. Are you off to bed too, or are you saying goodnight to Alec? Yeah, I didn't want to just call them pecs because your pectorals exist on females as well. Those are boobs. They're just different. They're male boobs. Females are real in your imagination.
Look at me, I'm a bee, I want to steal your mail.
Yeah, moobs. Good night, Alec. Okay. They do have sculpted muscles, like the Roman armor. it's sculpted so that their man boobs look more appealing than probably what's under there. And then in some medieval armor, the belly is rounded. So I don't know who thought that hitting a breastplate with an arrow would make it deflect up to your face. It depends on how the arrow hits.
This is reminding me of my favourite
trajectory
Tina
is.
quote from Bob's Burgers when they were reading her diary. If boys had uteruses, they'd be called duderooses.
They probably would be called deuteruses. Can you bring me home? Well, I'm pretty comfortable where I am right now, though. Why'd you make a special armor booba anyway? Just leave a bit more space underneath? And you can use the same proven design for everyone. It's true, you can. Yeah. But you don't even have to leave, like, they smush. You can get them down to a certain level. I mean, that's what a sports bra does, so that they don't bounce around. Because it hurts. Let's talk about sexualized armor. Let's talk about cod pieces and medieval armor waists. Okay, I think in some cases the cod piece was designed to be more roomy so that they could kind of just... One, make themselves feel better. Two, I think they just peed in their armor anyway, so they didn't want it chafing. So there had to be a little bit more room in there. Because once you get that armor on, it's a pain in the ass to take off, so they would just pee in it. Booba armor would be very effective because you have two hemispheres for deflecting blows instead of one. I mean, I guess, but you could just aim between them. Rounded body armor was meant for deflecting blows, yeah. Yeah, some like the combat armor that they would use did make you look a little chubby. Halloween armor you have in Guild Wars 2 right now actually has a bit more jiggle physics. You notice when you move around? When you most of them move when you stop running? Some jiggle physics doesn't make any sense to me in video games. The first Descendants jiggle physics, when it's up high, it doesn't make any sense. Female armor barely covers skin, provides more defense. Sometimes it doesn't. It's just they want you to wear it. So yeah, if they want you to pay for more to have skimpier outfit, they're gonna do it. You do a whole panel on this sort of thing at conventions. You talk on medieval realism. Say it? Say what? To say the armor that they used in combat made you look like a chubby little piggy boy? That part? Yeah, to turn it into a gooner and spend more money, that's exactly what they did. They do. Still.
Putting chemicals in the water to turn the frickin' frogs gay.
You're not aiming between them. A soldier using a side stance in combat, and you attempt to swing between them. Would not be a good idea for range effects reasons. I mean, for the most part, depending on the style, you're going for a slash, right? Anyway, so...
Hydration is important.
Even with a lunge, you're not typically going to aim for the chest anyway. You want to aim for like where the joints are, right? Where the open space is. So for like the armpit, the shoulder, the neck if it's not covered, the eye holes if you can aim is really good. Hydrate, thank you. Here's a bikini for Pepper and Nikkei. Usually if I get any bikini armor stuff, I don't typically wear it. Why do they have skimpy outfits to be gear? Not make outfits just be outfits and you wear whatever gear underneath. But the outfit overrides the armor look. I mean, yeah, that's what they have transmog for, right?
I would always aim for the chest. You
armor.
Probably already know why.
Yeah, same reason Moo does. Against armor, you're gonna be half swording or using a warhammer anyway. Yeah, or a mace. Something that is gonna do bludgeoning damage, unless you have a stiletto that you can kind of do for quick piercing. But yeah, if they're wearing full plate, slashing isn't gonna do anything. Armored warriors carry weapons like poleaxe, warhammer, etc. to tear through armor. It's why I go crazy when you see knights all fighting each other with swords and shields. You wouldn't accomplish anything doing that. True. True, but we love historically inaccurate things. For instance, like Vikings that have horns on their helmets. Never was a thing, it's a terrible idea. But it's cool looking. Having horns on your helmet. But it's terrible. Get your neck broken that way. Samurai and cowboys, yep. You want a chest to do bludgeoning damage to your face? I think, Moo, if you just did some jumping jacks, your own chest would bludgeon your face for you. It's not as fun. But wearing light or no armor is how armies like Vikings won their battles. All they cared was a weapon with a decent reach and a good shield. Turns out you can just run circles around the guys. Yeah. Well, yeah, those full suits of armor weighed like hundreds of pounds, right? At least 100 pounds. So your stamina, if you're just wearing like chainmail, even, is gonna be way better than the full plate. If you just literally just kite them. The lightest was 90 pounds. That's insane. Also insane for the horse that had to carry their asses around during like jousting matches and stuff. Chainmail's a lot more heavy than you think. Yeah, no, that's what I mean.
Number 15, Burger King foot lettuce. The last thing you would want on your burger is someone's foot fungus, but as it turns out, that might be what you get. Oh, woo.
Oh, he doesn't understand. Oh, woo. That's what I mean. Like, even if you were wearing like a step down as like chainmail, which is still pretty heavy, you're still gonna outlast in stamina than somebody wearing full plate. You do not like Burger King? I don't either. I remember liking their like chicken sandwich when I was a kid, but I always hated the smell of Burger King. It just has a gross smell, in my opinion. Yeah. Vikings typically wore like just their clothes. I mean, there were like people in armies that just wore padded clothing. Not everybody could afford leather armor or chainmail or anything. Actually, I think leather was pretty much just... Leather might even been used less. I don't know, it's been a while since I watched anything on that stuff. Hungry Jacks? Is that what it's called over there in Upside Down Land? I would say, yeah, leather armor was very rare. I don't recall ever hearing too much about it. I think it was like... I feel like it was phased out by the time medieval came around, I feel like leather was definitely like a more Roman foot soldier type of thing. Yeah, good leather armor is also very expensive. Yeah, steel, because steel has to be forged differently. Plus, it's easy to make it brittle if they do it wrong. $30 for Taco Bell? Is it really worth it though? I do like Dairy Queen. I like soft serve ice cream. That's what BK is called in Australia because their Burger King name was already taken. So it's called Hungry Jacks. That's incredible. Remember a test done on trained medieval recreationists, seeing how long they could go in full plate, and they could manage about 90 minutes of continuous activity. Interesting. That's because every time you go, they make their burritos and Taco Bell. And tacos, maybe? With the utmost quality. Your favorite fast food place is Del Taco? I don't know that I have a favorite fast food place. I can't really eat a lot of fast food places these days. I do like Wendy's baked potato though. There was a nice fast food place in New England called Duchess. That's very fancy. You want a baked potato? I know, it sounds good, doesn't it? Baked baked potato and some chili. Only one medieval force was fielded in full plate in all of history. It was defeated by two things: mud and bows. Oh. Can you imagine having to like try to slop through the mud? You just sink. Like if you fell down, you got kicked hard enough, it'd be so difficult to try to get back up. I feel like at that point you just lay there and give up. Well, I guess this is death. Oh, you had a dentist appointment. I see. Mashed and French fried are superior potato preparations. You're sorry? I just like potatoes. So baked potato, mashed potatoes, scalloped potatoes, French fries, tater tots, hash browns. You name it. I like potatoes. Duchess is fast food with some finer dining options. Your family would always get their chicken parm sandwich. Oh, that sounds really good. Chicken parm sandwiches. Best counter to bows, mobility, and shield. Armor is a liability. Yeah. Bows punch through plate most of the time. I think it depends on the bow, right? Because they started using crossbows, which really, the bolts really punch through stuff, but the development of the gun really brought an end to that. You like me more than potatoes? Holy smokes. Now that is quite the compliment. Edgar Allan Potato. Even war bows punch through plate? Crossbows and the longbow. Yeah, bows are pretty heckin' dangerous. Just the guns packed a bigger punch. Plus they were cooler. They were scarier. I like archery though. I know people like to go to shooting range and stuff like that, but I don't like the loud noise. Plus there's something satisfying with the sound that it makes when the arrow hits the target. It's a good sound. archery still used in some forms of combat? Really? I could see like tribal combat or small armies, but I might like pneumatic weapons. Yeah, probably. I don't like guns because I don't like the sound. I'm not against guns. Nobody put me in that field. Have your guns. Just make sure that you're mentally stable enough to have them. I owned a gun. I had a shotgun. It was my grandmother's. Until my mother sold it. Like, thank you for selling this family heirloom that I'll never get back. Thanks, Mom. I'm not bitter about it. Yes, I am. You watch that movie, Kaiko with a Gun? I have a picture when I took my gun safety training, and then Papago took me out to do target practice with the shotgun. Was it a gun buyback thing? No. She just had this nasty habit of just giving away things that were mine. When she was pissed off, specifically, she would just be like, well, this is gone. She doesn't need it. What does she need a gun for? Gone. I can get $100 out of this. I love my mother very much, but she just had some very terrible qualities. Have I ever shot somebody? No. No, I luckily never had a reason to defend myself in such a way that would require me to shoot anybody. Crowdfund a Kaiko arsenal. It would be filled with a lot of medieval weapons. I want bows, I want swords and daggers. Give me a mace and a battle axe. That's unfortunate. Lately, your parents have been throwing things of yours away when they come to visit. I don't know why parents do that. Like, don't just throw my stuff away. Don't sell it. She sold Papaco's. So he had a compound bow. It was. Let me look this up. Let me make sure I get it right, because I think it's a specific brand that is relatively expensive. Yeah, it was a. It looked a lot like that one, except for it was blue. It was a Fredbear compound archery bow, which they're pretty heckin' expensive. This one that's just similar. It's $569 right now. And he got a new one and left that one for me. Now it was a very very strong bow, so I couldn't yet pull it back. But she sold it. Sold that one first. Got rid of the bow. I went to go try to pull it back, because every couple of years I would try to pull it back as I got stronger when I was getting older, and I went to pull it back and it was gone. And then I came home after school one day and I noticed that the gun wasn't under my bed, which is where it was kept in a case under my bed. And that was gone. She was like, yeah, I sold it. Okay. Thank you for selling my grandmother's gun. Thank you for that. It's not like I have a lot of her stuff, so thank you. She would do that when she was just really pissed off. She had suspected to have a personality disorder where she just sometimes was a child. So sometimes I had to be the adult about stuff, and it's like, yeah, I was mad, but I just pick your battles kind of thing, right? Steal her stuff randomly sometimes. That's the thing. She just had a lot of junk, and I still wouldn't be able to do that. But she got rid of a lot of stuff. Like I would come home and they would just be like, "Where is this? I can't seem to find this." And she'd be like, "Oh, I sold that, or I gave it away." Hey Ma, did you ever finish that skirt I wanted you to hem up because it was too big? Oh, I gave that to your cousin. Why? Well, you weren't wearing it. Because it was too big. I asked you to fix it, not get rid of it. God damn it. It was a cute skirt too. It was a pink plaid. I don't wear a lot of skirts because I like to wear pants. For some reason, I only wear skirts once in a while. Very, not so much these days because I'm always cold and I'm home. But when I would go out, I would like to wear skirts sometimes, and I had very few. One I made myself out of an old pair of pants. I was quite proud. I even made it. It was like with the wavy. What is that called when it's like wavy, like a schoolgirl outfit? It was like that, but I made it with pants, and I was very, very proud of it. It was not very stable though. I had to wear leggings underneath of it. Because I didn't know how to use a sewing machine, so I had to sew it all by hand. So I asked her to fix the skirt that I gotten from a Goodwill. And it was very, very cute, but it needed to be taken in on the side because it was too big. Give it away instead. Okay. You gonna make full plate on Battlefield full of guns and disappear? Ha! I get it. Good night, Neon. Sorry I had to deal with that. It's fine. I mean, it's not fine. It's just one of those things. It's, you know, I went to therapy for it. I'm good with words. I went to therapy for it. I did all the trauma and the therapy stuff, so it is what it is now. Good night. Get some sleep. It's been 3 hours. Do we finally try to play a game for the last couple hours? What do we play? I don't think I want to start anything. Plus I want to finish Doom before I continue Cyberpunk, I think. But am I in the Doom mood tonight, or am I in like a low-key like Balatro run? Could do Balatro. I've never streamed it, so. Surprised you could handle that so much early. You'd be so salty. Oh, I was terribly upset, but because of her personality disorder, she had this very like victim complex. So if I got upset, she would immediately fall into a deep depression where like, oh, I'm a terrible mother and I don't even know why I'm still around. It was very, very toxic. So I kind of just had to like, I guess for lack of a better term, just bottle it up and just cry about it later in silence because it was better than going down that rabbit hole of now she's the victim and I have to try to make her feel better. You know, I had to fix it now. So, I mean, yeah, there's some things that I was really upset about. I was very, very upset when she got rid of she sold my dad's bow and the shotgun, my grandmother's shotgun, but the other stuff, it was kind of like I had to just suck it up and deal with it because the reaction that she could potentially have was worse than just. You had to make her feel better? Yeah, I mean, so if you've ever met anybody with a personality disorder, it is like that. It's unfortunate. It's not easy to do to be a child of a parent with a personality disorder. I think the thing that made it worse too is like some personality disorders, they don't even think that there's something wrong with them. They can't even be told that there's something wrong with them. Like, then it's just the therapist is terrible. So, you just described my mother. Your mother might have borderline personality disorder. that she ever get diagnosed, she would not. Talking to my therapist, now granted, my therapist can only make assessments based on what I can tell her, but I try to be very, like, I don't like to exaggerate, and I would say sometimes I have a tendency to, like, downplay things. But after 8 years of therapy, my therapist concluded that she very likely had borderline personality disorder, and I did read a book on it that she had loaned me. My therapist loaned me, and it was very much mirroring my childhood and early adulthood. And she just refused to get it. I mean, so with that, they can't actually process that anything is wrong with them. It takes a lot of work for a therapist to even convince them that there might be an issue with them. It's not like depression or bipolar or even, well, I don't even know about antisocial. Antisocial is a little bit scarier. She definitely didn't have that, but like narcissism and borderline personality disorder are very, very close in their symptoms, and it would just be like, regardless of the situation, if a therapist tried to explain to a patient with borderline personality disorder that they have something, an imbalance, we'll call it to be polite, they would just simply not go to the therapist and assume that the therapist is trying to scam them, kind of thing. Like, their brain just convinces them that that's not the issue. There's nothing wrong with them. The issue is whoever else. Like, the issue wasn't that she sold my grandmother's gun and that made me upset. The issue was that I was getting upset for no reason. That kind of thing. So hi Faded and Brushy, how are you guys? Yeah, borderline personality disorder is wild. It is such a difficult illness. So that's why, like, yeah, I had to go through a lot because of her illness, but on the flip side, when she had her good days, she was a great mom. So you have awakened? Well, good morning. And I never, well, I don't want to say that I never felt like she didn't love me. There were times where it felt like I was just a punching bag, a verbal punching bag. And then I had to go through a lot of trauma therapy for that. But when she had her clear days, you could tell she very much cared about me and she very much loved me. She just also had an illness that sometimes made it difficult to see that. Can't remember the last time you said something good about your dad. I think it's important to, when you go through a childhood like that, it is important to seek out a trauma therapist specifically. Like I lucked out that the therapist that was recommended to me was a trauma therapist, so she was really able to help me. Yes, it took a very long time to work through it, and I had to try a bunch of different techniques. And I wanted to get to a point where I would be okay with being around my mother a lot more, because at the time that I started going to therapy, the most I could do was respond to a text maybe, because she would immediately just go into like a guilt trip and making me feel bad, you know, this or that. Like, she just didn't have that cutoff where she would think like, maybe I need to stop pushing buttons because I messed up. It was, you made me do this to you. And she just couldn't get that. Unfortunately, she ended up passing away before I reached that point. But I had made my peace with it. I told her my feelings, and you know that I loved her regardless. And her last words chose to, you know, her last words to me chose to just reiterate the fact that I made her angry. But I know that she was really sick too, so I guess I just can't hold it against her. Like, yeah, it sucks, but I know it also wasn't her fault. And she was never abusive, like she never hit me. So she just was, I mean, I guess it technically wasn't. It was abuse, but it wasn't her fault, and it was ultimately something that could be undone.
Hi, honey.
Through years of therapy. So, forgiveness is very powerful. I mean, maybe if she wasn't my mother, it would be a different story. I wouldn't have like that drive to do the copious amount of work and extremely emotionally exhausting sessions to understand more about her illness and kind of work around the fact that knowing that it wasn't me, there wasn't anything that I did, I wasn't the issue. You know, yeah, maybe I was a kid and I pushed buttons sometimes because that's what kids do, but I also had to be a tiny adult by the time I was, you know, a preteen. So that, you know, I was the fixer of the family. That was my role. Especially after her and my dad divorced, because she was just a basket case, you know. Dooder. Oh, I love egg salad. That sounds really good. I need to get some eggs.
Oh, heart container.
Eve, thank you for the gifted sub. I appreciate it. Thank you. Just feel a strong desire to do something nice. I don't mean to talk about it to be like to get sympathy or anything like that. Like I said, I've done years of therapy and I've worked through my trauma, and I just think that there's a lot of people out there that don't know about narcissism, like the actual mental illness narcissism or borderline personality disorder, and they might think that and not understand why their parent might think that they're a problem or an issue when they just can't do anything right. Chances are it's not you. Chances are it's not you. It very well could be your parent. Narcissism is so closely related to borderline personality disorder too. They have very, very similar connections. It's crazy. Mind is crazy. And if only there were a way to cure these problems. Yeah, I don't know how they work with borderline personality disorder, because I don't think there's a medication for it. I think it is just therapy. But again, it's one of those things that it's very hard to even get them to understand that there is something, that there's, I don't want to say wrong, but there's an issue in their brain that's not connecting properly. It's very hard to get them to understand that. Whereas like if somebody comes in and like, oh, I'm having these really highs and these really lows, one minute I'm manic and I'm hyperactive, and then the other minute everything is depressed, like then you can kind of like work out, oh, you might be bipolar, and we have medication to help you balance that stuff. Even with antisocial personality disorder, I think there's a chance to even explain to them why they are the way they are, like why they don't have certain emotions and why they can't feel empathy and stuff like that, and you can work with them on it. But narcissism and borderline personality disorder are just two really, really rough conditions that make it hard to treat. It's not out of a woe is Kaiko. You just think of how you've handled your situations, and you're just aware, or you're just in awe of how I look at things. It's taken a lot of therapy to get to this point. It's taken a lot of therapy. But I mean, after I kind of learned more about the illness and I really connected all the dots, and you know, my therapist went through it, it's like it was a lot easier to kind of process through all those things that I went through as a child and teenager and young adult. So do you bet in the future will it be some way to cure it? Oh, absolutely. I think there's still so much that we don't understand about how the brain works, which is fascinating in of itself. But I'm sure that in the future there will be a way to treat stuff like that, and mental illnesses in a whole probably won't be an issue anymore. But you know, we're not quite there yet. You've connected back with your old therapist after having 3 awful ones in a row. Yeah, I really would like to get back into some therapy because there's still some issues that I want to work through with other trauma, but my therapist retired and moved to opposite side of the freaking country. So now I need to find one, and it's hard because I built such a good rapport with her. Like, she just knows my whole history. I was like, oh man. No, 100% is not you. You wouldn't say yours has a personality disorder, but she is really narcissistic, and you're always a target. You have to do everything. You get mentally abused and bullied. Can't forgive her at this point. Some days it gets really bad, and she'll say terrible things about you. So, one of the differences with narcissism versus borderline personality disorder is that in a family, especially with a mother, there is usually one child that is the golden child, where it doesn't matter what they do. They might piss them off occasionally, but they are just the best person on the planet, and they will praise them until the cows come home. And then there's a child who is the absolute worm of the worms and can never do anything right.
Immeasurable.
Regardless of how little they piss them off, they just always do something that pisses them off. That was my role. I was the worm, and my brother was the golden boy. I never did anything to get in trouble, and I was always in trouble. And he was the one that was staying out too late, underage drinking, trying drugs occasionally. Nothing hard. He tried cannabis once, and when he wasn't supposed to, because it wasn't legal yet, and he was underage, but it was fine because it was him. Trying to research everything in the human brain is like trying to pull apart a crashed alien spaceship. We're just starting to poke blindly. We just started poking blindly at it one day. Yeah, basically. I mean, so we understand a lot of things about the brain, but still so little of it. When good doctors retire, it's great, but but a shame at the same time. Yeah. That's the same with you. Parents were always worried you was up to something. Meanwhile, your siblings were going wild. Yeah, the stark difference, like, Papako was not the same. He had an enabler personality where it was... He didn't contribute to my mother's delusions, but he would placate. So if she started on a delusion, he would just be like, yep, I understand, and then kind of try to move it along to not let her dwell on it, which is also not good. And, you know, surprise, there was a point where he had enough berating of his own and he ended up leaving, which was also when my brother moved out, so I was left alone with her. And then I had to be the parent while she ran off and did things she wasn't supposed to. That was when I had to finish putting myself through high school. Your mom is an enabler to your dad's alcoholism. Oh, when you add an addiction to it, it's even worse. Amako battled with prescription drug use. She was quite addicted to it for a long time. Your brother is exactly the kind of son your parents wanted. He has an IQ of 145, and he can barely hold down a fairly easy job. He might get fired anyway. He lives the life your parents always wanted for both of you, to be smart but not be able to hold down a job. There's an incident today where you didn't have a chance to get your plate of food for dinner today because your brother was already taking 90% of the food for lunch at his job tomorrow. As he told you, you can take some meat out of his lunch if there's not enough. And I was already pissed off about it. Her excuse was, well, he already thought you ate. We thought you ate already. And she knows you didn't. It's only 1 minute after she told you the food was done. But yeah, she just lets him do whatever he wants. Yeah, it sounds right. Sounds like a very similar. How's you and your brother's relationship now? A lot better. Actually really good after her passing. I think it kind of released us both from... It's such a terrible way to look at it, but it kind of released us both from that trauma. So the last like 5 years of her life, like I said, she passed away early because of a lot to do with her drug addiction early on, and then her continued prescription drug use accelerated an illness that she had with her liver, and it just gave out, and she gave up too. But the last 5 years of her life, he had to be the one to deal with everything because I was out of the picture. Now granted, she still continued to blame me for all of her problems. But then he kind of had to see it firsthand versus just being the good son, you know, the couldn't do anything wrong son. So after her passing, he and I have grown a lot closer because of it. But growing up, we were just at each other's throat all the time because he said I was annoying. He hated me growing up. he was an asshole towards me. Is addiction towards me a bad thing? It depends on addiction, because if your addiction is that you can just watch and like to hang out, then no. But if your addiction turns into like a stalkery level, then yes, that's a bad thing. Intelligence is not something they can do about it. But your mom, Lisa, says disabled little boys forever. Oh, I see. I think there's probably a mental health issue there too.
Hi, friends.
Probably in that where it's like I don't have a use as a person if I don't have somebody to take care of. So if her children stay dependent forever, then she's constantly useful. Only found out you were mad because she heard you say F while you're walking back to your room, complaining about her and him. That is... I would've just grabbed his lunch and just took it. I'm like, this is mine. Your own damn lunch. Getting distance from families does a lot to mend relationships, if you really want that. You had a really strained relationship with your parents until you moved out. Yeah, sometimes distance is better. It kind of gives you a chance to heal and not constantly be in that state of trauma. And then if you can find a trauma therapist to help you kind of with tacos, if you can work through that, then it's even better. I was validated at least. Yeah, for the most part. Like, he didn't see all of it, but when I showed him the note that she wrote me, he was like, "Oh my god." I was like, "Yep, this is her goodbye letter to me." Her last ditch at making me feel trauma. I guess just focus on the last part where she said it doesn't matter, that she loves me anyway. That's the best I can do. Is hoe penguin? Penguins don't like hoes. Penguins mate for life, don't they? Sakura levels, did it already happen? One did. Don't worry, it's over now. But yeah, it's fine. It's a risk you take when you're a girl on the internet. Could be... Oh, high shoe penguin. It could be high shoe penguin. But but the H's are capitalized, so it kind of seems like his Ho penguin. Oh, hi, Mark. Sometimes you get tempted to grab the container, put his lunches in, and just throw it on the floor really hard. I would just eat it. Now, no one gets to eat it. Just slip some laxatives in it. Oh, that's a good idea too. Put some little chocolates on the side. Won't even know. Be funny in theory. He's a mechanic, and that would be a bad combo. Yeah, it would. There's probably because he wears. I bet he wears overalls, right? Or coveralls. So you have to like to take the suit off to go to the bathroom. And then you have to wash his hands because you got like grease all over him. Yeah, try not to be stalkery towards anybody. Highly recommended to stay away from stalker levels. You have to remind yourself a lot that your parents are just people, and how would I have handled things as a 20-something with 4 kids? Yeah, I think it's important to remember, especially if you had young parents, that there is a level of learning on their front. Because yeah, like different times, right? Back when our parents were kids, that was just the thing to do. Like start a family. There wasn't a lot of distractions in life, I feel like.
Kaiko, did you know that if you lose 25% of your roof, you're left with oof, ooh, woo?
Oof. Oh, woo. It's a good joke. I heard that on Moose Stream yesterday, but it's a good joke nonetheless. It's a pretty good. Yeah, or like that mom that I heard about today. She was freaking 11. Hypothetically, she gets pregnant by 11 and has a baby at 12. She could be riding the school bus with her son going to school. It blows my mind. Like, how you raise a kid? How you raise a kid at 11? I was still playing with toys at, 11 and 12. I had like action figures and Barbie cars. I had some Barbies, but I didn't play with the Barbies. I liked playing with like Ninja Turtles, and I didn't have any G.I. Joes, but my cousin had G.I. Joes, so he would bring those over and we would play. They aren't infallible like we think they are when we're young. Yeah, they're gonna make mistakes, and that's fine. Mistakes do happen, but there's mistakes, and then there's trauma. So like, I would say a mistake that my mother did that caused me trauma was my brother had a tendency to wander when he was a kid. He was very social, so if she took him to the grocery store, he would wander around and talk to strangers because he was just wanted to talk to everybody. I was the opposite, but when I started walking on my own and not riding around in the cart, she told me that I needed to hold on to her or the cart, because if I didn't, somebody would take me and I would never see her again. Now that is a mistake that she couldn't see coming, that I would develop a trauma and anxiety around going to the store by myself or ever leaving her side. That is a mistake. It's driven by evolution for you to feel that way. You're totally dependent on them, and you modeled yourself on them. So finding out that they're flawed is a hard realization. It is, yeah, too. And because regardless of their age, you just think they're the adult that you should strive to be, right? And if they're not necessarily the best the best around there, it's gonna be hard to realize that maybe they had some issues too. Still like the conversation, but there's also issues with living vicariously through somebody. It's not quite stalking, but it can be very draining too. You did that in the past? Yes. That's also very true. Where's your fireballs this time, bitch? Mom used to say that too. It was, oh, even like, I remember going to the store with her at like 16 and she'd be like, go over to the next aisle and grab this. And I'm like,
Indescribable.
indescribable.
Indescribableさん。
I forgot that's in there. I accidentally called 911 on a payphone in the mall, and your mom was like, oh, if they catch you, they'll take you away. So I had a different trauma based around that. We were at the laundromat, and my brother and I we wanted to play more arcade games, but we didn't have enough quarters that week. So we were just hacking around, and we accidentally dialed 911 on the payphone at the laundromat. And to be fair, we were pushing a lot of buttons. It wasn't just 911. And then the sheriff showed up. The sheriff department, and he came walking in, and he clocked us immediately and was like, you kids playing with the payphone? And we're like, well, yes. So then he had a talk with us about not dialing that stuff. About the importance of 911. So I didn't even have to have that trauma based around my parents, although they were both very embarrassed. But we were like the only ones in the laundromat beside like another adult. But so of course he saw the kids and was like, "Yep, it was you guys." Yeah, yep, I've been a rebel from the age of like 8. That was the extent of it. Call 911 2 times in your life? Once when you found a fresh car accident,
honey.
and once when a house in your neighborhood was burning down. I've luckily never had to call 911. I've never had to be in a position where that was a thing. On the second one, you're like the 10th caller that they had. I mean, it's better to call and be the 10th caller than not call and everybody else had thought the same thing, like I don't want to bother them. You wish you could do a stream like this? Unfortunately, your father's job depends on him giving a public image for being a perfect saint. I mean, even if like, I don't know, Pablo was like... what's a good public image? What even if he was like a highly respected doctor in the community, right? I mean, nobody knows specifically who he is. He's Papaco, right? So I mean, maybe if you talk about certain things, people might figure it out, or maybe they pick your voice out, but I ain't had anybody that come and be like, hey, I think I know you. Hang on, I think I recognize that weird accent. Hang on, I remember running into that when I was a kid. Ain't you have a cat named Casper? You don't have a weird accent? I do it. It's all over the place. Sometimes I taste things that are friggin' British for some reason. I blame all my British friends. You're included, Brushy. I read advertisement the other day and said advertisement instead. Just sounds American to you? Well, you just sound British. That's not true. I'm very good with picking out the difference between you, Ammon, Dom, and Tofu. There's clear differences. It's still British, but it's different. Clam chowder. Boston, yeah. Emergency number used to be 000 in Denmark. And the reason was rotary phones. Because it would require you to do a full rotation. Which was smart until cell phones. Oh yeah, the butt dial. So it's 112. In all of EU now? Really? Isn't Britain like 999? Or is it just England? Brushy? Confirm? Ham is the only northern accent? Though TBF, Dom, Tofu, and you all have very southern posh accents in comparison. True, yeah, I would say that you, Dom, and Tofu sound more similar than Ammon because he's got that thick Yorkshire accent. You think it's all UK, but you're not sure about the Republic of Ireland, I see. Britain isn't
When
in
I
the
was young, it used
yeah,
to
I
be
know.
funny to like hit someone with a water balloon and get them wet. Ha 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 ha, such good fun. And then everyone started carrying $500 plus phones in their pocket. And then it wasn't funny anymore.
$500 plus. Yeah. Yeah, it used to be, you know, you pick people up and throw them in the pool and be like, haha, isn't that funny? And now you've ruined my phone. But now they're making them water resistant, so... In Australia, it's 000. And when you pocket dialed it, you was told it happens a lot. It used to be when cell phones... Fun fact, when cell phones first came out, there was a thing in the States where if you held down the one button for a significant period of time, I think it was like 5 or 10 seconds, it would direct dial you to 911. So that if you were in an emergency situation where you couldn't dial 911, if you just held down the one button, it would connect you. Unfortunately, a lot of pocket dialing happened that way, so they discontinued it. I thought Australia was, oh wait, no, that's Japan is. Isn't Japan 111? Or 119? Oh, I'm getting confused. I know 999. There's somewhere that's backwards. I think Anna wishes to divulge which area she came from, so you can't say. Yeah, that's fair. You're a Florida man? Have you ever seen the show on Prime that's Florida Man? It's funny, it just like follows cases around in Florida and like interviews people. And you kind of get like the full picture of Florida Man vibe. But there is this one guy that they interview in one episode whose face... I'm not trying to be mean in any way. Please don't take this as like, oh, he ugly. His face, half of his face seemed to be just like offset. Like just not like a stroke kind of offset, but like his whole half of his face sat up like an inch higher. It felt like you could just see the asymmetry in his face. It's crazy. It was crazy. It was just like, how is that? Like his whole eye socket is up higher than the other one. You know, many Florida men, and almost all of them are resourceful and kind. You'll defend Florida man to your dying breath with heroism and valor. The complex of the Florida man came about because of the law that they have there that divulges reports to the public, right? So people know more about stupid things that happen in Florida versus stupid things that happen in any other state. So it's unfortunate that that's where it came about. Yeah, Sunshine Law. Looking at the Wikipedia page for emergency numbers now. Africa's are really interesting. What's the numbers in Africa? Well, what's some interesting numbers? Your favorite Florida crimes are the ones that involve people in forklifts trying to steal ATMs. I like, there was a guy who, was it a Wendy's, who tried to or did rob a Wendy's using a baby alligator. as the weapon. Hello from the UK. Hello, individual from the UK. How are you? We've got a couple here from the UK. You want a link? I mean, I could just look it up. Nonsensical numbers. Let me. I've got this Google tab open since we've just been yapping. Emergency numbers around the world. Let's see, 112. Who's 112? Oh, it's all the red area? Okay, Russia's 112. Ten 111? Why is the number so long? 911 is very popular in this side of the world. Interesting that there's an area that is, it's mostly what's the gray one? Other number unique to that country. Okay, so that's not even listed. You're all good? I'm glad to hear it. I'm doing okay. It's really stupid because allegations are not nearly as dangerous as you think. If you're not a moron. They don't want you to. Oh, they don't want you? They want you to leave them alone in 90% of the cases? Do you mean for the Sunshine Law? Yeah, there's like... I've never even heard of Angola. I'm sorry to anybody that's in Angola. I've never heard of that country. But for police, it's 113. Ambulance is 112 or 116. And fire is 115. Why is it broken up? Like... Can they not just connect you? Angola. Wait, correct. There's not an I. Sorry, Angola. Wow. Is it Ascension Island? I've also never heard of that. So I'm gonna preface this with I was supposed to take a geography course in middle school, and I was allowed to skip it for some reason. Like, they forgot to put it on my schedule, and then by the time I noticed it, I was going into high school, and they're like, it's fine. So that's why I'm gonna be surprised. I've never heard of any of these places. It is a country and also a prison in Louisiana. Really, Angola is a prison? Yeah, it's the same here. Where you have 3 different numbers. Like I know that you can call directly the police, fire, or hospital here, but if you just dial 911, they'll ask you what the nature of the emergency is, or if you need police, ambulance, fire, and they can connect you based on what you need. Wait, Chad's police number is just 17. And then they've made the they made the ambulance more complicated. So police 17, fire is 18, but then ambulance is 2251 or 4242. Unless it's the dash, like 2251 4242. Also, Wikipedia has a dark theme now. Let's go. Oh my god, it's so much nicer on my eyes. Angola is like one of the 3 countries in Africa that speak Portuguese, apparently. I did not know that. I didn't know it was a country, so... Hey, Grandpa and on your mom's side had a job where he'd go talk to prisoners in Angola? Assume for therapy or something? You're eating a potato?
Yes, queen.
How is your potato prepared? use 000 here in Australia, but we also have backup lines on 106 and 112. A prison redo, apparently it's a big event. Oh, I can imagine. Wow, some of these places actually have like what electricity emergency. Egypt has a tourist police, traffic police, electricity emergency, gas emergency, and mobile phones. I guess if you're on a mobile, maybe you need to dial this one instead. So Ethiopia has like the base one where it's 911, but you can also call the police at 991, ambulance at 907, fire at 939, or the traffic police at 945. Maritime emergency service. Maybe Genda Marine? What the fuck is a Genda Marine? What is this word, guys? What does that mean? There were cops outside your house the other day? You didn't go out there? You stayed in your house and waited for them to go away? No idea why they're here and you don't care. Maybe they were looking to see if your door got replaced properly or not. Is that a legal door or is that an imported door? It's an armed police force in France and some other places. The gender means... I still don't know what that is. It's a French word for commandos. Counter-terror forces. Because they're a French-speaking nation. So, would that be like... calling the military? Oh, you know what? It doesn't... Well, this says they have a police. This would be in Guinea. They have the Maritime Services, and then they have, I guess, the Commandos and the National Commandos. Oh. Morocco has some interesting numbers. So they have... The police is just 19. And then ambulance and fire is 15. But then they have a bunch of different numbers that you can call for the Royal... We'll say commandos, because I don't know how to say that word. The Royal Commandos, Drug and Alcohol Services, Radical Discrimination Hotline, Non-Emergency Disturbances, General Information, National Free Wall Call Center, and mobile phones. Oh, theirs is very organized. They get broken up all over. We were wondering, what if you did just play a game that lets you relax and talk while you play? There is a couple. There's the Placid Duck Simulator is one where you can just talk and play the game. Bellatro, you definitely can because you can talk in between. There's no rush in it. You're not on a timer or anything. The duck game is great. Yeah, I don't have it, but I should get it. Moo played it one day. This is a city? I mean, this is a country? Sao Tome? And Principe? Someone spell this phonetically for me. So I can know how to say that. That's a country! Where is this country? It's in Africa. Whoa, it's a tiny little country in Africa. It's so small. Is it an island? I think it's an island. Honestly, you should just open Google Earth and have a poke around Africa and Central Asia. I mean, I opened it up, but I don't understand how when they spell things phonetically on these places, it doesn't make sense to me. Like, they'll use an upside down E. I don't know what the fuck that is. Actually, this one doesn't even have the phonetic spelling. But it's Portuguese, I think. Yeah, Portuguese. So I don't know how to say that in Portuguese. Find a lot of cool stuff. Time for Kaiko to become the best ever GeoGuessr. Actually, I am really good at that game, but that's because I'm good at problem solving. So I'm good at identifying certain areas and then looking for certain clues. I'm actually very good at GeoGuessr. Good morning, Anna. How are you? I used to have a GeoGuessr account. I don't think I do anymore. How big is this? How big is this this island? This can't be very big. It's about 150 kilometers. It consists of 2 archipelagos around the 2 main islands. About 150 kilometers, or 93.21 miles apart, and about 250 and 225 kilometers off the northwestern coast of Gabon, with a population of 201,880. I mean 800. Excuse my dyslexia. Is the second smallest and second least populous African sovereign state. Well, how big is it? This is very confusing. How big is it? Oh, the total square is 372 square miles, or 964 square kilometers. My voice is strange? Your attitude is strange, bruh. Go ahead, dish it out. Dish it out, see what happens. Push my buttons, go for it. The density. I mean, I guess it's pretty filled. It's a small island. 372 square miles. How big is that in reference? How big is like New York? How big is New York? Jesus Christ. New York, okay, so in comparison, New York is 54,555 square miles. Just the state of New York, right? So this island, this island off the coast of Africa is only 372 square miles. Yeah, there's places, I saw that there's quite a few places that have like a traffic police or what was another one that was interesting? A tourist police, electricity emergency, and then like if you're on a mobile phone, which I think over here, regardless of if you're on like a house phone, like landline, or a mobile phone, if you they can still track where you are. This is interesting. I accept your apology, thank you. I don't think my voice is weird. I mean, I don't like to listen to it, so I get it if you don't like it, but I don't think it's weird. It's not any more weird than anybody else speaking language. Well, I take that back. I think Louis Anderson had a weird voice, but I think it was also maybe a character. Oh, so those were just African. Those are just Africa countries. The American Caribbean. There's a lot of 911 or 999. 511 in Barbados. That's a Barbados flag? I like that. It's got like a little trident on it. Challenge them to a fight in Madison Square Garden? I was going to, but they already apologized. Island of Nauru. It's kind of wild. Really interesting in history too, though. Pretty sad. I feel like most countries have a really sad but interesting history. Especially if they've been colonized at all. Personally, voices like mine. Nothing against the cutesy high voices, but I just have a clear preference. Yeah, I don't have like a bubbly, I guess, anime girl voice. I also don't have like a deep, sensual voice, so I'm just stuck in between. 112, 116 in Haiti. That's for ambulance. Thank you. Like you, I have a middle voice. Partly high, partly low. Yeah, but I mean, so... I know I've been told that I have a very monotone voice, but I think it just depends because sometimes, like, depending on the situation, I might have a lower, calmer voice, but then other times it might be a little bit higher. I don't know. If it's your real voice, it's nice, but it is my real voice. Oh wait, hang on. No, I mean, sometimes I am known to change, turn off my voice changer.
And have this as my real voice, but people find it unsettling when I use my real voice, so I have a tendency to not use it and just turn it off.
So, that's why I use this one, because people like it, it sounds a little bit better. You know how it is. Alright, that is a lasting joke that I think will never go away. Now, Anna has a very... How would you describe Anna's voice? Because I think she has like a very... I want it soothing. That's a good way. That's a good way to put it. It's a very soothing voice. It is quite cute and quite soothing, yeah. Very demure. Mellifluous, enamorous. Yeah, I was gonna use the wrong word. I was gonna say sensual, but it's not sensual because that implies other things. It's just soothing, I think, is the best way to word it. Oh, it is a little? No. She's too precious. Sensual. That's why I said it was the wrong word. That's why I said it was the wrong word. I'm also learning about different flags. There's some really cool flags here. Whoa! I didn't know this. You could text 911. Text to 911 is available in many regions and will respond with an error anywhere else. Various services available through regional and national N11 codes, like 311 for non-emergency police or city services in certain areas. Calling number 77 from a mobile phone may reach the highway patrol in some states. Calling 112 from a mobile phone may redirect to 911 in some states and locations, but emergency officials recommend users calling the standard 911. I didn't know that. Next AM, god damn it. Hacking dyslexia, ASMR recording, and I'm stopping. No, you can read it. I don't have to read it out loud. You can read it. You're cool. You're gonna sub. I appreciate the sub. Thank you. Plus, it's perfectly free to sub over on YouTube, and I enjoyed it. And thank you for the love. I think you secretly want to be a 911 responder. I did think it would be really fun to be able. Not, I don't want to say fun. Fun's not the word. It would be really interesting to be able to help people through some of that stuff, but at the same time, I think there are just so many things that you have to stay calm about as a 911 operator that just... I'm not sure if I could. Like, if somebody called me and told me that they just murdered their family, I don't know how I would handle that. I think I would take that home at night, and you can't take that stuff home. Yeah, I think it would cause a lot of stress. Though, I mean, the flip side of things, like if it was an accident or there's something going on, I think it would be nice to be able to like help them calm down and kind of get their information and send police their way or an ambulance, things like that. It would just be very stressful if they did other stuff. It would follow a procedure. And then you would have to have ways to heal up after. Apparently working out really helps. Yeah, exercising helps with a lot of mental health stress. Especially things like yoga. So like active yoga really helps. But running was my stress reliever. Now it's too cold to run outside and my treadmill's been broken for 1.5 years. Chile. Oh, Chile has a useful mnemonic. ABC 123. Ambulance, fire, and police. But it's in Spanish? Ambulance, bomberos, and carabineros. Wow, slaughtered that. You're in a bad mood and I cheered you up? Well, I'm glad to hear it. I'm also glad that you weren't here earlier for the World War II talk, because that was not cheerful. I don't think that was cheerful talk. Maybe the worst person to call? Or worst person to call 911? For example, you'd say someone was having a heart attack or fell, so they had
hydration is important.
Got themselves out. You wouldn't be standing there crying or freaking out. You'd just be talking normally. I mean, that's actually what you're supposed to do in those situations. You don't want to panic. You want to be calm. Because if they're panicking and you start panicking, or kind of like acting more concerned, then you're gonna make them panic more. It's just, so if you're more like seemingly unfazed by whatever they're going through, it actually helps them kind of calm down a little bit too. I get irritated when you hear like the 911 operators getting pissed at like the people for being like hyperventilating or freaking out, or they're not calming down, and they're like, sir, you need to calm down. Like, you're not helping. You're not helping the situation. I can't help you if you don't stop crying. Stop. I'll be able to quickly look at the thing you sent me. Yeah, I can look at it really quickly. Bing, 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 bing. Oh, it's a. Hang on, let me bring it up. It's an ad. We're gonna watch an ad. How long is this? 30 seconds. That's fine. I'll pause this. Bum 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 bum. Beep 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 beep. Is this the ad that Anna's gonna do next for ASMR?
These are not just hot cross buns. These are officially the best hot cross buns.
Oh yeah, I could hear Anna doing one of these.
M&S extremely chocolatey buns, bursting with milk and white chocolate chunks.
But that does look good.
And these are buttery, uniquely spiced luxury buns with Rostisa currants and lemon peel. Get a load of those buns. These are not just hot cross buns. These are award-winning M&S hot cross buns.
Anna, oh my goodness. You have to record one. Hi Harriet, how are you? Someone give you a script? Yes, you need to do it. It's way too early for hot cross buns and now you want some? Those look similar to what we would have our muffins, and those are breakfast sandwiches, or breakfast desserts, right? So you can have that for, it doesn't matter how early it is. It'd be 5 o'clock in the morning. Grab one of those chocolatey ones with a cup of coffee, and you got yourself an American breakfast right there. It's perfect. You heard of a dispatcher, that's the word, thank you. Dispatcher that hung up on a girl because she swore her dad was dying on the floor, and the guy hung up on her like 3 times, and the dad died. Yeah, there's some. So training isn't like, it's better now, I think, but there was a time where there wasn't really a lot of training. It was more like, this is what you do in this emergency. Here's how to walk them through like CPR stuff and send out what kind of unit they need. But yeah, there are some areas that still need a lot of work, but they're getting there. I just say much love from the UK. You got a dip? Thanks for hanging out. I very much appreciate it. I hope you have a good rest of your day. You like crumpets, hot cross buns, or anything, or any time consumables? Yeah, so they're very, I mean, the look of it looked very similar to our muffins. Which, I don't know if you guys have muffins. Am I a paramedic? Oh no, I'm an engineer. I fix machines. Well, I tell other people how to fix machines. Not people. I don't think I could be in the medical field. I would just be sad all the time. Happy when I save somebody, but... Do you Brits have muffins? Like our muffins? Like this is a breakfast food. Let me grab this picture. Nope, save. Of course it's a weeb file. What does that even mean? It's a web file. You got these? Muffins? Yeah, tops are usually bigger. Yeah, these ones are homemade muffins. I wanted to grab the bigger top one, but it was a web, what is it called? Well, that one's a JPEG. What the fuck? Doesn't matter. Yeah, I usually have really big muffins. Yeah, WebP. Yeah, I can't import that into OBS. It has to be a JPEG or a PNG. You wouldn't call them breakfast food though? Oh, they're absolutely breakfast. That's what we eat for breakfast. Have one of those in a coffee or a side of juice. Muffins are breakfast foods for us. You don't eat breakfast, you just eat some... You don't eat breakfast food, you just eat nom mum. Muffins, chocolate chip. Yeah, chocolate chip and blueberry, I think are the ones I like. I've had banana muffins too. I really do like banana muffins. Purely old lady meat. How do you say that word? What is musli? What the heck is a musli? Oatmeal? Is it oatmeal? Oh yeah, no it. M-U-E-S-L-I? That's what I corrected to? No, it's different. You eat it cold and it's a bit sugary. So, but it looks like granola. Like granola with milk. Has powdered milk in it? Ew. Sorry, I didn't mean to just... I didn't mean to just diss on what you eat, but I can't stand powdered milk. Croissants? Croissant? Yeah, croissant. As Americans say, croissants. Croissant. I think the best croissant that I've ever had was an almond one. Ugh, it was divine. I sound way cuter when I say it all Frenchly. What, croissant? It sounds right, but as an American, I'm not supposed to say croissant. Because then I just sound pretentious. As an American, I'm supposed to say croissant. Or as some people say, a crescent. But I think that's only some people. For breakfast, if I choose to eat a breakfast, and it's not just like a little thing of oatmeal or a bagel, cereal is a standard breakfast that I grew up on. Then I transitioned to like granola bars because they're easy to go, you know, easy to eat on the run. And then protein bars, and then I don't really eat breakfast per se now. Because breakfast is usually at dinner time when I wake up these days. Because I work the night shift of VTubing. Project Melody calls bagels bagels.
And I return home with the
You're gonna finish that croissant? Ooh.
And then
you're gonna finish that croissant?
The croissant.
The croissant? The croissant? I do know that there is one accent that is somewhere that they say, instead of saying bagel, they say bagels, and I don't understand why. Bagels. Does Etchy say bag? Like that? Bag? Because Etchy is Canadian, right? Does she say bag? Yeah, they're bagels. Bagels. Big. She gets mad when you point it out. So there's a content creator on YouTube that I watch, call me Chris, and she lives in Texas now, but she's very much Canadian. But her accent is really like just standard American, if you want to go for that, until she says bag, and then it's bag. Bag. At least it's just bag and not what Moo says when she says horror. Horror. I mean, yeah, sometimes I say horror, and I get it. I'm not thinking, but at least I know how to say horror correctly. Yeah, Moo just says horror. She drops the whole last half of the word. You know, she's been putting ah at the end of things. I think if she just put ah at the end of horror, so she said horror, maybe that would be a little bit like still not quite right, but at least she's not calling them horror games. That's just what she do. Wait, Kellogg's has a muesli? How do you say that word? Is it muesli? Muesli. Thank you. I've never heard of it, but Kellogg's apparently has one. There's some words they can't hide in Canadian accent. Yeah, it's funny. Like, I'll be playing a game with somebody. Like, the first time I figured out Zom was Canadian, I had no idea because I don't ask where people are from unless they announce it. But then he said out. He said oat, and I was like, oh, Zom's Canadian. I didn't know that. There are just certain words that they can't hide. Yes, sorry. Sorry. Oot. It's like I can't do it properly, right? I do the American funny way of saying out. They say oot and a boot. A boot. Big is care. That might be his local slang though, not slang, local accent. So I haven't heard it too many times with others. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Pear. Jason? Yeah, it's not par, it's pear. Care. Bobby dude, hello, welcome in, how are you? Why are we firing Jason? Also, who's Jason? I don't know who he is, but his ass is fired. You can get the hell out of here. I don't know if her accent is coming. If it's her accent coming, but sometimes your friend says flowers. So flowers? Flowers? Things make you laugh about Americans? Spell things wrong? Yeah. We spell things vastly different. A lot of things. Like, anything that you guys have with a... And that's part of what... For some reason, I don't know if it's because it just seems more natural for my brain to spell it in the British way, the British English of spelling things, but I was terrible with like spelling in school. One, because of dyslexia. Two, because my brain naturally would spell things with a British English instead of American English, and then it would be wrong. Like armor with a U, or color, right? But I always spelled color fine. I didn't know that there was a U in color. Or realize with a Z instead of an S. And there was something else recently that I learned. I didn't know about.
Who are you people?
Sasha. Hi, Sasha. Wow, thank you so much for the raid. Here's another one of my favorite Canadians. Yeah, raids around, I'm a valid target. I still have an hour to go. Welcome in, raiders. If you haven't been here before, I'm everyone's favorite, only a little broken, misfit demon from the underworld, Murasaki Kaiko desu. Yoroshiku onegaishimasu. How was Dark Descent? I like them. Yeah. We're being boarded. Oh boy. I'm F. I don't know ship language. Impolite attack. Impolite attack. It was good. It's hard though. I feel like it's an alien game, so it's gonna be difficult. Is it like aliens? Like the movie Aliens? Because Alien Isolation is friggin' difficult. You're only joking? Yeah, we like to banter around here. The Brits versus the Americans. I have quite a few. Well, most of them are. Most of them are just in England. And I guess Wales. It is Alien. It is the movie Alien Property. Is it the one that recently came out? Oh no, Rogue Excursion is the one that came out. You like Alien Isolation? I see why people like it. I had to stop playing it because it just made me mad. The AI is too... The AI made me feel bored in the game because there was too much hiding. So, I stopped. I was like, I'll watch somebody play it. I'm not playing this. Like chat wanted me to play it because it was supposed to be scary, right? But that kind of horror doesn't scare me. It makes me mad. If you put difficulty on it, it makes it a little bit better. But I still don't get scared by it because it doesn't have the same atmospheric stuff that scares me. That's why I just like short, intense, atmospheric sounds that creep you out, that kind of stuff. I definitely suggest Rogue Excursion. Those buggers will climb the walls. I don't know. Maybe. I mean, I might watch somebody play it. It's like the games that people find incredibly terrifying, I don't really find them as scary. Like, yeah, I might get jump scared because jump scares are easy, but like Visage, I didn't find Visage like super scary. Like the little girl one, that was kind of startling at points, but also sad. So Vintage Story when somebody buys it for me. I don't have it, so I can't play it. And I'm broke. You screamed at it? You have to keep your blipper on? But they hear the blipper, don't they? Broke like my horn? Yeah. Well, in this case, my ear. My ear is chipped. You get paid in a week and you get me Rogue Excursion? See, I don't know words. Oh, you have a gun in it? Oh, so you get to defend yourself. So it's like a shooter? Furball's Folly. That's a great name. It had moments of scary, but alien spawning on a timer ruins it a bit. Oh. Yeah, that would be... Fighting them is inevitable. Inevitable? What is Vintage Story? It is... Somebody said it was like... How do you explain it? Keaton. Explain... What is it? It's like... It's Minecrafty, but it's also... not. We did that and we'll never touch it. Minecraft if it was more realistic. There you go. Yeah. I never push Precious Anna to play horror games because it's mean. Now there's some people who just don't like to play horror games because they get scared. I might push you to play a horror game then, but if you're like Anna, I'm not gonna push. I understand, and I'm not gonna push. Yeah, a survival building game, but it has that is it pixely or is it voxel? Voxel. I like voxel art. It's pretty cool. And I can take rage games, no problem though. Yeah. You know, in the beginning, I really didn't rage at games. And then somewhere along the way, it's like the stress levels in my personal life kind of just builded. And I guess I wouldn't say that I rage.
I am cow,
but I get really, really, really salty.
And I look good on the barbecue.
You're right, that popped into my head the other day. I don't know why, the power was out, and I was just sitting there playing gacha games on my phone, and I was just repeating that over and over in my head. Cow has the most beautiful voice. Mm-hmm. The same way, your ability to play Elden Ring depends on how well life is going. Yeah, I mean that's the thing, right? Because sometimes it's just your stress levels, your what is it? Your cortisol levels are already so high that you reach a point where it's like, nope, this is just raising. This is just raising it, and I can't. A car just double beeped its horn at the end of that song in perfect timing outside your window. That's fantastic. A friend of ours has returned to Twitch and she's back on Elden Ring, so you're back on the skidoo grind. Man, oh man. I don't envy how difficult that's gonna be. The DLC was difficult enough. God, you're a cat! I'm one of the Kaikos. There are many of us. We travel the Kaikoverse and find other Kaikos.
Hi,
I think
honey.
It's for 2,000 channel points, you can get a different Kaiko. The fuck is a Kaiko? God damn it. Oh, hi, I'm big.
Kill the mum and the children. Kill the mum and the children. Kill the mum and the children. But their souls have been destroyed.
Woo woo. Thanks, Tofu. Yep. There are many of us Kaikos. There's even more out there. There's more out there that we haven't found. It's just like the forklift song. Is a forklift song?
Harder, Daddy. You're a baby. The timing. Oh no. Oh, that was beautiful. Oh, goodness. Oh, man. My eyes
I
got
know of a
watery
place
on
where
that.
you never get harmed. A magical place with magical charms indoors. Take it away, Penny. That Penny has the most beautiful voice.
Where is that from? Why am I so damn cute and I'm just being me? Because I was laughing? Is it because I say ha 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 instead of actually having a real laugh? Is SpongeBob? I don't remember that. Maybe I just didn't see that. I don't think I've seen every episode of SpongeBob. Yes, that's why. Well, they said that's how you spell a laugh, and so that's what my brain was like. That's how you laugh, I guess. I have an anime girl laugh? Do I? Trying to think of how anime girls laugh now. You're a baby. That was beautifully timed. is slime, not a jelly. Yeah, but there's a lot of us Kaikos. There's me. There's the OG Kaiko. There's Kaiko 2.0, or otherwise known as Kaiko Prime. Was the primary one.
I'm looking at them respectfully.
Oh, here, let me make myself smaller so you can see the fan service properly. There you go. There's Kaiko Nekosaki, who's the cat. There's Chibiko, who is Chibi from the Chibiverse. There's the Suika Kaiko from the Suikaverse. Who else is there? What other Kaikos are there? There's Poop Co, where everybody is poop. There's Potato Co, who's a potato. I don't have models, I have Kaikos. We're Kaikos from the Kaikoverse. Bum, 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 bum. Poop Co? Only because you asked. Hi, Cookie. Beam, 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 ba-dum, bum, 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 ba-dum. So define what a Kaiko is me. A Kaiko just is a Kaiko is only a little broken misfit demon from the underworld. Who travels the...
Dirty, or fresh and flirty.
Who travels the Kaikoverse and finds other Kaikos to bring to the stream. Also, Cookie, thank you for the 26 months. How are you?
They're dead, Dave. Who is? Everybody, Dave.
Here comes Poopco for a little while.
Everybody's dead, Dave.
See? What are the odds of finding a Kaiju-ko? I mean, it's possible. Yeah, I am Poopco. Mr. Peeber has to sit on a blanket so that he doesn't get pink eye. The baby. What do I smell like? Lavender. Lavender with a hint of processed food. In fact, the entire planet smells a little bit funky if you really want to think about it. That's why I don't have a nose. But Kaiko, when she came over, she was like, "I'm not staying here." Yeah, lavender and starburst. Yeah. Yeah, but Peeper has to sit on a blanket so he doesn't get pink eye because he is an eyeball, so that would be really bad. Poco has no nose, then how does she smell? Like lavender and processed foods. I mean... But Kaiko had to come find us, right? She's the one that stumbles into these universes and finds us. And she brought me back here, and she says it might smell like lavender and processed food. Why is this one not an option in Redeem? Because typically, I only get to come out when Kaiko's not feeling great, and she feels like shit. There's some kind of joke or something like that to make her feel better. Heckin' demon. You know what's crazy? That most or some VTubers are very sexualized and shit with their models. You love that I'm just cute and funny. Yeah, just the BTF. The poop. Yeah, Poopco. I'd be Poopco for a little bit. My joke to make you feel better? That's not a joke. Beef's not a joke. I can be, but I prefer to just be funny. Yeah, I would say, you know, the Kaiko from the Suikaverse is something. Yeah. Thank you, Anna. You're a studious and upcoming musical artist. Boom. Get appreciated, nerd. Yeah, Oniko is how you redeem. Oniko. That's the Suikaverse one. And then sometimes Potato Co comes out to play. I'm a giant potato. Or a small potato. You can't tell. You don't know. Also not redeemable. Just because, I only get to come out sometimes. Just because. Don't eat the potato! No, bad. Definitely small. Yeah, I feel like this is kind of accurate sizing here. It's like, look at me, I'm a potato. Am I a sweet potato? No, I'm just a regular potato. Free. But I can pretend to be sweet. Sentient food struggles. Eat the potato. Don't eat the potato. I say it's pretty big for a potato, man. Don't you think? I'm a pretty big potato. What tunes do I like? All kinds of music. I don't think that there's been a genre of music that I haven't found at least one song that I don't like. I mean that I like. No, that I haven't... Wait. I don't think that there's any genre where I haven't found a song that I don't like. Yeah, that's right. Well, okay. Mumble music in general, not really my thing. No, don't get the potato. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of metal, but there are songs that I do like. Like, there's been songs by like I said, it's dad metal. I like Metallica, and there's at least one song by Lacuna Coil that I like, and Kitty. So it's not that I don't like any metal. It's just not my go-to. My go-to is more... I mean, I guess right now it's been mostly like... What have I been listening to? Just podcast. I guess folk, VTuber, punk, rock, moldy oldies. I like really classic-y stuff like Johnny Cash and Elvis. Did you say VTuber punk? No, like just VTuber comma punk. I mean, if there was a market for it, that's what I would be. But I don't think there's a market for VTuber punk. Although Raine from Hanlilyy Indonesia recently she released an original song that is like, it feels like the early 2000s girl band rock. It's very fun. I like it. It's a good song. Interesting fact, a new species of bee has been found in Australia. And naturally, it has horns on its head and was named after the devil. That's incredibly fun. Katie has done some punk adjacent stuff. Who's Katie? So, I'm not gonna pronounce it. SOS, you love all music. He was a drummer, you love Johnny Cash? Oh, I freaking love Johnny Cash. Oh, oh, I don't know who that is. It shows up on your Spotify. Oh, Kate? Cup? I don't know how to say it. I'm gonna stop trying to embarrass myself. I do not know who that is though. Bing, 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 bing. Oh, and then there's, how can I forget? From the little verse where everybody's small. Oh, it's borked. Hang on. I'm still teleporting in. Give me a second. Okay, here I am.
Got rid of really pretty mouth, boy.
Get out of here, Tuesday. Wow, we got a real pretty mouth. Oh, here we go.
Hi, honey.
OB Katy Cat? Like kitty cat? I've never heard of them. Are they a VTuber? You posted in memes? Okay, I'll check it out. Man, you almost made Johnny Cash reference earlier, but you didn't think anybody would get it? You missed your opportunity? You did! I'll have to check them out. Dimash? That's probably what it is. Dimash? Yes, she is. Did you catch the random Dimu... or Dimu Borgir lyrics in the game we was playing yesterday? She's she's dating a German streamer named Fufu and has done collabs with other streamers. I'm gonna be honest, if it's not like Hanlilyy or causing some kind of drama that I know about, I probably don't know who they are. Like outside of Hanlilyy, I know who Iron Mouse is. I've never seen anything by her, but I know who she is. Monarch or Amelie, depending on where you are. Doobie, Doki, Mint, Nimi. What's the dragon's name that I used to watch, but then she got a really sussy model and I stopped watching her? Vienna. Saba. Peppa Boot. She's one of the big ones? I've never heard of her. It's okay, this is like one of those things where I didn't know who Markiplier was either. So... Centrea, I've heard of her. She does the text-to-speech, right? Yeah, Monarch, aka the Scuff Queen. I like Monarch a lot. Ginger? Or is it like Ginger? Vienna the farmer? I liked watching Vienna initially, but then she got a new model and I didn't like it. And it just, like, then she came out with, like, I don't know if it was just a fan-made thing, but it was a 3D, like, concept print, and was really proud about it. And then there's, like, this weird, like, fan fiction stuff, and I was like, maybe I don't want to watch Vienna anymore. Who has a sussy model and you still watch her? Let me show you the difference. Let me show you if I can find a picture. It's just Vienna kind of just started going down a path that I didn't want to see her go down, so I decided to just not watch her instead of seeing her fall by the way of, like, Azure Lane. Okay. This is OG Vienna. Do I have a base? There's good. And then this is her now. Can I find a... Yep, perfect. The difference is startling to me. I'm not saying it's wrong, and she doesn't deserve any like backlash for it. It felt like she was going down a path that I didn't want to see her go down, and there's nothing wrong with it. It just kind of just ruined her image for me, and I didn't want to see that. So this is the OG Vienna. Very, very cute, right? Very cute dragon. Very well done model too. Very, very, very cute. Okay. And then this is her now. I'm not gonna show the whole outfit, but it's not a bad model. It's not like super bad. But there was just other things that I kind of just was like, I see where this is going, and I understand why you're doing it, but I can't get on this ship. I'm gonna get off the ship. You go do you, and live life loud and proud, okay? But I'm not gonna get on the boat. She don't look like that now. Did she change back to the OG artist? Because it was way better when she was with, No, don't unpin. Give my tail back. What's happened here? What has happened here? There we go. Okay, it's back. You go to sleep. Have a good night. Thanks for hanging out, Keating. I appreciate it. Yeah. Sometimes tails don't stick where they're meant to be.
3 inches chest, man.
That was not good for some people. Here to see? No, it's fine though. My mouth doesn't move. My mouth moves. It's just small. It's a small mouth. So sometimes when I mumble, you can only see it move just a little bit. Are you just chatting streaming now? Listen, I specifically said it's gonna be a yapping stream with a side of game. I got a half hour. I can play a game now if I want to. You know, we talked about games, kinda. So... you know? She could probably beat a whole game in a half hour. Yeah, I could beat an entire game in 15 minutes, and then you'd be like, whoa.
Tomoe Mari and Mossy Fox. 2 streamers worth the watch. Good luck catching a Mossy Fox stream, though. Oh, whoa.
Wow, Bender really struggled with that whole thing. Tomoe Umari and Mossy Fox? I've never heard of them either. A lot to talk about tonight? Yeah. Also, hi, TR. When did you get here? I didn't see you come in. Yeah, so I only knew about VTubers because I stumbled across Hanlilyy on YouTube when they were like, you like anime and you like TTRPG, watch this group of anime girls play D&D alternative. And I was like, whoa, how do they move like that? I didn't know you could be an anime girl on the internet. And then so I just became partial to Hanlilyy, and I've learned some, but in general, like, you know, before I got into streaming, I only knew like Game Grumps and like Dimension 20 and like JonTron. I love a good JonTron, but I didn't really watch YouTubers and stuff either. Yeah, my friend and I used to like make fun. He wanted to be a YouTuber, And he wanted to do stuff like the Game Grumps do. And I was like, that would be fun to do that. This was before I started streaming, long before I started streaming. Not long. I think it was like a couple years before I started streaming. I was like, that would be really fun to do. And then instead of being the Game Grumps, we'd be like the Game Greats. And it would be like you could sing it and be like, hey, I'm great. And then I would cut in and go, I'm not so great. And we're the Game Greats. Like, obviously we couldn't do that because it'd be ripping it off, but it just highlighted how good he was at games and how not great I was at games. You love using JonTron clips? He has such good sound clips and good gifs. What? Yeah. Oh, I get it. I don't get it. My favorite. DMs. Is this a picture you took? And we're the Game Grumps.
Kaiko's getting bored.
Isn't one of them in a little hot water for grooming? Crusader, I just looked at the two pictures from Pretty Derby that you sent me. You can't say anything bad just because Super Creek is a mom with a bigger booba than the rest of the girls. Doesn't mean that she's sussy. I'll give you the bathing suit one because it's a pose that's typically used for sussy stuff. But the Super Creek one is fine. She's fully clothed. There's not even any cleavage in that one. Monitors are poking me in the eye. You'd ask them to vogue it. The Comic-Cons that I've gone to, I don't think there's ever been really anybody interesting that I wanted to meet. Except for once. Matthew Lillard was at one, and I would have liked to meet him, but I also didn't want to go meet anybody. I just wanted to wear a costume and walk around. Plus his line was really long. I don't know, I didn't meet him. I just wanted to. Your phone doesn't have a 3D capability and they're popping out. She's supposed to be the mother figure. That's why she has to have bigger booba than the others. Dan and Aaron are cool. You just chatting to Dan and he looked at you, smiling, and he just said, I'm sorry, but your hair is mesmerizing because you had rainbow hair at the time. Rainbow hair is really cool. Yeah. When you can pull it off. Not everybody can pull it off. Boobs are great. All kinds of boobs. Big ones, small ones. Muscly ones. Because I will stand by that. I'm not gonna call guys' boobs pecs because women have pecs too. We all have the pectoral muscle. Don't look too funny? But you play Goo Goo Babies with her? What? How do you play Goo Goo Babies? Oh, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Thank you. Gear Grizzle. I went to Netflix the other day to see kind of what was on Netflix these days, and all the recently stuff added is friggin' Christmas movies. Which, you know, they're all the same. Every Christmas movie is the same. All boobs, yeah. All boobs are great. I wouldn't get it. Yes, that sounds probably right. Well, she's the mom and you would just be your child in a cute way. I mean, she does want to take care of people. I'd let her take care of me. She wants to clean my room, that's fine. Or make me dinner. Ask me how my day was when I came home. Be that encouraging mom that's like, Kaiko, did you have a good day today? And I'm like, yeah, thank you. Tell me, what did you learn today? And then I bet she gives really great hugs. Oh, it's like age play? Is that where like grown-ass men wear a diaper? I saw that in the Yakuza game and it made me uncomfortable. No, that's diaper lovers.
Every Xmas movie is the same. All boobs. Wow. Where do you celebrate Xmas?
TR, I don't think that the general theme that I've taken away from Christmas movies is boobs. Like Die Hard is a Christmas movie? They're all blasphemous. I listen, I didn't... You had to be here for the beginning of the conversation. I wasn't trying to make Baby Jesus cry. It's just funny how that came out. Do I have a favorite Christmas movie? We used to have movies recorded from whenever Mamako recorded them that we would watch religiously, and one was like A Muppet's Christmas, and I've never seen it anywhere, so I don't know when the hell that thing aired that she recorded, or if it was even an accident, because I feel like she was trying to get the Garfield Christmas movie but got both. Now I do like the Garfield one, but there was a Muppet's Christmas where it had like a tie-in with Sesame Street. A Muppet's Christmas Carol is fab. It plays every year in the UK. Yeah, I've seen it over here too. But this one was specifically like, it just had a tie-in with everything that's a puppet. So it had the Muppets, and it had Sesame Street, and oh, what's the one with the dog and the guy? And oh, hang on. Fraggle Rock. Yeah, and it had Fraggle Rock in it. I mean, like a cross-collaborative Christmas special? Yeah. I love that one. Because I had everybody in it. Fraggle Rock was awesome. I think I've seen one episode of Fraggle Rock. So I don't know anything about it. But I had a cassette tape that I would listen to that had a bunch of Fraggle Rock songs on it. But that's all I know. A Muppet Family Christmas in 1987. Holy smokes. Yeah, we had that one on, and then so that it would start with that one, and then it went into the original How the Grinch Stole Christmas, and then after that was the Garfield Christmas one, and then the Disney Christmas Carol with Mickey, and then when there was another one after it. Oh, I don't remember. There's another cartoon one that I don't remember. But she had a lot of that stuff. Christmas stockings and suspenders. I unironically like suspenders. Does it start with them driving a car home singing? For the Muppets Family Christmas? Let me look it up. Yeah, Muppets Family Christmas. Yeah, she had that recorded. Yeah, the snowman. Oh, it's on YouTube? You guys, can we have a Christmas movie night in Discord? I don't know if I can play it on stream. I think I would get bonked for that one, but... This is the full special! Oh, it's a depressing silent film? Oh. Oh wait, what are you talking about? The snowman is what we see in the UK. It's a depressing silent film, drawn in crayons, and it's about a kid who makes a snowman. He comes Frosty. That was the other one. That was the last cartoon on the VHS tape that we would watch religiously. I played it so much as a kid. I loved it. Been great fun. Catch you next time. Thank you so much for hanging out, Steve. I appreciate it. I hope you have a great night. I mean, a great rest of your day. I should play those videos I sent you on stream. Get that redaction content started. Can I play those videos on stream? Are they music? We should watch Black Christmas for Christmas. It's about murder. That would be so. Ammon wanted all four of us to do it. Me, Ammon, Moo, and Crusader to do like a movie night in Discord where we watch films and then comment on them. So I think that would be a good one. At least with Moo, because if we're gonna watch a horror movie, then we gotta have Moo in it. 1979. Oh, you know it's a good one then. It's gonna be gross. Or you could watch Santa's Sleigh, but that's a bit more silly and less scary. You don't think the music is copyrighted? The snowman. I've seen this image before. I don't think I've ever seen. I don't think I've ever seen it, but I've seen that image. Okay, we can watch this stuff on stream. Let me clean up. Open. Pause. We've got a little bit of time. Let me switch over. French toast. I love French toast. Papaco would make French toast some days for breakfast on weekends. Sunday was like Papaco's breakfast day when he would make breakfast, and I freaking loved it. That was the best breakfast day. Okay, I'm gonna change back. I'm gonna bring me. Here I am. Up just only because I have better expressions than the other Kaikos. So I can react better. French toast is very easy to make. It is. I know, but there's just something special about it when like if you have somebody, like one person usually cooks and then sometimes like mom usually cooks and then papa makes breakfast once a week. It's just really special. It's just generic sad music? Okay. Henry's Kitchen. You guys ready for this? Childhood French toast is special? You're right, it is.
Hello, and welcome to Henry's Kitchen, where today we're going to be making delicious oven-baked French toast.
Oven-baked?
French toast was originated by the French in the early 6th century, and they called it pain perdu, which in English translates to lost bread. And then later in the 16th century, Henry V... Well, let's get started. First thing we want to do is since it's oven-baked French toast, we're going to preheat the oven to 400 degrees Fahrenheit. We're going to break the eggs. You got a little bit of shell in there. I like to kind of hold it like this. Okay, so now we're going to add a couple of items to it. We have half a cup of milk. I don't have any real milk, but I have soy milk, which should work fine. I don't have vanilla extract, but I have maple syrup, which you can substitute. Just a little bit to taste, not too much.
I like maple syrup.
Okay, and then a little bit of salt. And finally, the magic ingredient, you're going to want to put a little bit of cinnamon in there, and that's what kind of gives it its sweet taste. And you could put other stuff in there as you get better at it. And now you just want to kind of beat it real hard, as hard as you can. A lot of times that's where people go wrong when they're making French toast, because they're not beating it hard enough. Okay, now it's time to slice our bread. We want to slice it up into manageable slices.
Oh my god.
And a common practice in the Middle Ages
manhandling the bread
was that if a woman wasn't married by the time she was 20 years old, that was seen as a crime against religion, and then I guess she would be beaten into submission, or sometimes even tortured, or even executed. Okay, what we want to do is we want to make sure that all of our bread is completely submerged in our batter that we made. And you can see that it's absorbing it quite well here. Okay, now the
Soda Pop, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, raiders, if you haven't been here before. I'm everyone's favorite, only a little broken, Misfit Demon from the Underworld. Murasaki Kaiko desu. Oroshiku. Onegaishimasu. How was Roblox? What were you doing over there? Now the French toast is foiled. Yeah. You're bullying kids on Roblox. 'Twas fun. Well, I'm glad to hear it. If you need to do some after stream care, grab something to drink, raid and run, I completely understand if you want to hang out for a little bit. You're cry laughing. He's I love how awkward he is. Oh, goodness me. Alright, we'll continue.
We've completely immersed our bread into the batter. We want to place them evenly out on a cookie sheet, and we want to give them a little bit of space in between. That's one of the things that a lot of people fuck up,
bring back into
is
normal.
that they don't leave enough space, so the bread doesn't have enough time to breathe while it's cooking. Okay, we're ready to put it in the oven. Okay, now we're ready to put it in the oven. Now for the hard part, waiting. We're gonna wait about 20 minutes now, and when we're done, our reward will be the most delicious French toast that you could imagine. So we're just gonna wait about 20 minutes right now.
Camera's out of focus.
Well, more like 19, I guess.
Oh no. Oh no.
Okay, I think it's time to take it out of the oven. Let's see what we got here. They should be, they're supposed to be a little crispier than that on the outside. I'm not sure if, well, these aren't even warm.
Soggy. Did you turn the stove on?
What the hell? Oh, are you Well, I seem to be having a little bit of a problem with my oven, so I'm going to use the toaster oven instead, and it should come out about the same. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take our pieces of French toast, and I'm going to put them on the toaster oven.
You need to clean that, buddy.
And the toaster oven tray is a little bit smaller than the regular oven, so we're going to have to squeeze them a little bit just to make sure that we can fit them on there. And we're going to go ahead and preheat this thing to 400 degrees. Okay, now that we've put the French toast in the toaster oven, we're going to wait another 20 minutes, and it should be ready, and it'll be delicious and crispy and cinnamony.
Cinnamony. Oh no. Wait for toast.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I paid that.
Oh no.
Okay, I think it's been about 20 minutes. Let's see what we got.
Isn't there a timer on?
It definitely smells pretty crisp. Let's see.
Oh no.
Oh, shit. What the fuck? Sometimes the bread's pretty good just by itself. Thanks a lot for joining me, and tune in next week when we're going to talk about how to make garlic bread.
Henry's Kitchen Masterclass? Ugh. That's incredible. Jeebus. Let's see, we got, I think there was one more. Weber cooks how to make chili cheese nacho dip. Okay.
Hello, wow.
Wait, I've seen this guy before. I've seen this guy. I think he made like ramen. It was incredible.
Hello, Wildcats. This is Weber Cooks.
He's like a professor,
today we're
right?
Doing chili cheese nachos. We start with a can of chili and open it up.
You know, I've never thought about that.
And then
Punching a hole in the
cheese
bottom
sauce,
to
we
make
just
to
take
release
off
the suction pressure.
lid,
Oh my
and
god.
we pop these both in the microwave.
He is a college professor showing kids
And
recipes.
we set the microwave.
I thought for a second that he set the can in there. I was like,
4.5 minutes. And
kids
when that's
recipes
done,
to cook in a microwave, but it's so depressing.
we'll
Yeah, I saw him
put
make
'em in
ramen, I
a
think.
bowl
Or mac and cheese or
and
something. It was really
mix it up, and we'll have a dip for 3 to 6 people. Okay, the things are done. You got to be careful because the cheese sauce is really hot. And
Yeah, I don't think a paper
the
towel is gonna
chili
help you with that. You
is
need to use an oven mitt.
hot also. We mix them both together, and
Well, it's gonna be hot on your fingies. Is that warm enough?
and
It
you
didn't
open
seem like it burnt his hand
this
at all.
up and have some on a plate, and there you have it.
For him, he's not
A
felt
dip
anything for a
that
while now.
will satisfy a small group, and this will run you about $6, but when you figure that it will feed anywhere from 3 to 6 people, it will only cost you $1.
You didn't mix it
or
up enough
$2
either.
per person. And I'm Stephen Reed, and this was We Were Cooks.
Oh no. What did he even cook? It was a cheese dip, a chili cheese dip. He warmed it up in the microwave. Did you miss this stage of university life or something? I don't think so. I think just some professors have a special way with their students. Yeah, it was not even mixed all the way. Oh no. It's fantastic. It looked like tiramisu in the bowl. Oh, can you imagine? Ugh. You're thoroughly taught, you must say. I mean, if you think about it, it only costs like a couple dollars per person. And if you're just making it for yourself, you can, you know, put a cover over it and heat it up until, again and again, until it's gone. I mean, listen, I can be awkward enough to do content like that. Though I don't know if I would have to pre-record stuff, because if I did it live, I would crack up during the middle of it and have to retake a cut. That's all for me. There will be no seconds. Yeah, but we know that you can eat like a large pizza by yourself. Which, actually, probably a lot of people can. I cannot. Oh no, eating rocks is free. There have been people who have eaten rocks and like clay to help with their appetite. Don't do that. I think it was in like was it in like the 60s or the 30s? Sometime there was a diet pill that you could get from the doctor, like actually prescribed by the doctor, where it would be a tiny pill that you would take, and it was a tapeworm. And then that's how you would lose weight, is because the tapeworm would eat everything. But also you ran the risk of dying. Oh my god, a pet! Just done Rice Krispies for your dog? Turn her nose up? Yeah, I think that maybe the snap, crackle, and pop probably turns dogs off of that stuff. Why do I know this stuff? I just like knowing random things. Oh, that wasn't even that long ago. It was like 2010. Well, I mean, there was a trend of eating tapeworms, but this was like prescribed. Prescribed tapeworm diet pill. No, I don't want news articles. It's like, you need to seek medical attention. History. Well, history's weirdest fad diets. Okay. BBC, don't chew and spit diet. In the early 1900s, the tapeworm diet started to be advertised. Many years later, the opera singer Maria Callas was reported to have eaten the parasite to try to lose weight, but it's since been suggested that this was stuff of myth. Dieters would swallow beef tapeworm cysts, usually in a pill form, The theory was that the tapeworm would reach maturity in the intestines and absorb food. This could cause weight loss, along with diarrhea and vomiting. Once a person reached their desired weight, then they took an anti-parasitic pill, which they hoped would kill off the tapeworm. The dieter would then have to excrete the tapeworm, which could cause abdominal and rectal complications. It was risky in many ways. Not only can a tapeworm grow up to 30 feet, or 9 meters, in length, they can also cause many illnesses, including headaches, eye problems, meningitis, epilepsy, and dementia. During the 19th century, dieting became big business, said food historian Anna Gray. Advertising was becoming more and more sophisticated, with more and more diet products being peddled. Can you imagine? Be like, oh, I just put a parasite in me? I just put a parasite in me and then there we go. Are any of you Adderall meds because you literally can't function without you anymore? Oh, slick. Oh, the arsenic diet. It was advertised as speeding up metabolism, much like amphetamines. While the amount of arsenic in pills was small, it was still extremely dangerous. Often dieters would take more than the recommended dose of pills, thinking they would lose more weight, risking arsenic poisoning. Holy. A vinegar diet, a rubber diet. Wait, what now? In the mid-1800s, Charles Goodyear figured out how to improve the rubber beyond its natural state with a process called vulcanization. With the Industrial Revolution of mass production, suddenly the use of rubber expanded massively. It included rubber knickers and corsets. The thinking behind both was rubber held in fat, but more importantly, it gave me an ad, hang on. More importantly, I don't pay to be... Okay, here we go. It caused sweating, hopefully leading to weight loss. Okay, it's not like they ate it. Okay, that's what I was worried about, that they ate the rubber. Yeah. No, it just, squeeze your organs together and misshape your body. That'll do it. Don't forget about the radioactive water. Yeah, for boosting energy, which everybody was all on board for until a guy lost his jaw and then had to be buried in a lead coffin. Radium, I think it was advertised as radium, which they also prescribed as like a morning sickness drink. So if you were a pregnant mother and morning sickness, just drink a heavy dose of radiation. You want to read a really silly creepypasta story? Is it a long one? I do want to collect more creepypasta because I was thinking about doing a reading stream soon. No? Okay, well send it to me and I can add it to a list. Or I guess I can put it in a document. I have to copy and paste that stuff because the creepypasta website is terrible. Wait, did I ask you if it was a long one or a short one? Well, how long is it? Oh, I asked if it was long. Okay, well send it to me and let me look at it and I'll judge if I can read it right now. Oh, it's from Reddit. Oh, this is okay. Alright, this is called What's Our Scary Stories. Jimmy, you better stop licking my windows, is what this story is called. I think it's about 69 pages. It's somewhere between 69 and 420 words. Jimmy, if you don't stop licking my windows, I'll be forced to do something you wouldn't like. You're licking my windows because you like the taste of a dysfunctional family, and if you carry on licking my house windows, then my family and I are gonna be working hard at being good to each other. What? And this is what I said to Jimmy. I don't know where this is going. Jimmy is a scrawny-looking guy, and he's gotten used to being beat up now for licking people's windows that belong to dysfunctional families. Jimmy has determination through, though, hang on, I need a different font for this. This is playing on my dyslexia. Where's my notepad? Oh, that didn't help. Can I change the text in this? Oh, holy smokes, you can. When did the notepad get so sophisticated? When did you happen? Huh? There we go. There we go. Okay, where was I? Let's see. He's a scrawny-looking guy. Jimmy has determination, though. And he works hard to get what he wants. And when he licks windows belonging to dysfunctional families, it's like a good high for him. When I caught Jimmy licking my house windows again, I go outside and I throw him to the ground. He gets up and walks away. And I have to wash my windows now. This is like the strange things happen in this town. For instance, his uncle died. This is giving me who is phone vibes. Okay. And now I have to wash my windows. Or I have to wash my windows now. Now I know he'll be back. He will be back. And my wife and I try hard at being good to each other. Our children also try hard at being good to each other. At reducing the dysfunction. Then for a whole family Then my whole family and I worked hard at being good to each other. Then I saw Jimmy coming towards our house to lick our windows. I was smiling because I wanted him to lick our windows now. As he licked our windows, he started to puke, as he doesn't like the taste of functional family. I was laughing my head off, and he tried licking my house windows even more, and it just made him sicker. And then he collapsed and he was shaking on the ground. A neighbor came over to tell me that when Jimmy licks windows that belong to a functional family, it's practically poison. He could die. Then my wife let out all her frustrations and all of her frustrations that she had with me this week, and she also shouted at the kids. I then shouted back at her, and the kids also started to fight. We were back to being dysfunctional, and then my wife told me to pick up Jimmy and help him lick our windows. As weak Jimmy licked our windows, his strength came back, and he was tasting a dysfunctional family now. We kind of just had to let Jimmy lick our windows until he got bored of tasting of the taste that came from our particular dysfunction. Then he picked up another house, and that house was good. That as soon as Jimmy licked their windows, he died instantly. The end. So stupid. Okay. It was very much giving but who was phone vibes. Makes you think. Sometimes somebody's dysfunction is another man's food source. So just so you know. Alright, well, we ended up being just a chatting stream, but I think that's fine. Hikimori's still playing. Do we want to go say hi to Hikimori? Oh, let's see. Montana's playing too. Unfair just started Baldur's Gate. Oh, Baka. You guys want to go say hi to Baka? She's just chatting. She's still sick and tired. Like the rest of us out here. Sick and tired. Let's go say hi to Baka. It's been a minute. Those 5 hours went too fast? Yeah. Almost 6 hours. But yeah, I agree. Well, sometimes you just gotta yap. So maybe Thursday we'll do some actual gaming. We'll find out. I don't know. Maybe I'll do a reading stream. Who knows? There's so much I want to play, but... also there's so much I want to do, so we'll see. Well, yeah, almost 6 hours, yeah. But yeah, we'll go say hi. We'll go say hi to Baka. She's checking out something called Dungeon Soup right now, which looks very silly. So I'm sure you're gonna enjoy it. So just continue the yap over at Baka, who arguably is more funnier than me. She's more funnier. You're gonna love her. She's like a comedian and everything. Let me get close to the screen. Okay, I'll be back on Thursday. Thank you so much for hanging out with me, guys. I really appreciate it. Listen to me talk about a wide range of stuff today. From World War II to mental health to food to... I don't even know what kind of rabbit holes we went down. We went everywhere. More funnier. Yeah, I'm the most smartest. Here's your raid messages. If you are subscribed, go ahead and use the first one, and if you're not, that is perfectly fine. That's what the second one is there for. Yeah. I'll be back on Thursday. I'll let you know what happens and what's gonna happen when we get there. Either I'm gonna play a game, or we're just gonna talk and read stories, or... who knows, maybe I'll even do a spontaneous karaoke stream. Could happen. A Thursday night's probably fine, as long as I don't sing too late into the night. We'll see. We'll see. Also, maybe that's why Monster sometimes licks windows. He likes to paw at windows a lot. I can tell when he needs his nails cut because sometimes I can hear him scratching at the windows instead. He is a monster. I love him. Anyway, let's go say hi to Baka. If you don't follow her, please do so. She's very, very funny, lovely individual. You're gonna love her. But that's it for me, guys. I'll see you on Thursday, and if I can't, then I hope you have a good rest of your week. But that's it for me. Reminds you need to soundproof this room. I wish that there was a way. The insulation in this room is just so small that it wouldn't matter what I did. The people above me probably still could hear me. But anyway, that's it for me. I'm out of drink, and that means we are out of time. I'm Kaiko. Thanks for watching, and I hope to see you in the next stream. Bye-bye!